Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. To turn the music down. Yes, that was a good set. I enjoyed that set. Happy Friday, YouTube. Happy Friday, online radio. Happy Friday, TikTok. Let's have it. I just thought you can't come in. It's a spin and a spin and a spin. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Good afternoon. It all depends on where you are in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. How's everybody doing this morning? Ja, what's good? What's good? What's good? What's good?
Good morning, all. Good morning, Rosolo, Mr. President. Oh, I have to wait for Adesoji to come back. Mr. Days After Dark, Ozzy, Niece, everybody, CIT family, GD, Tasha, Wagwan, Wagwan.
God. We good over this side. Rosolo, my sister, my cousin.
Morning, cuz. Good morning, everyone.
Ooh, you sound real good this morning.
I just had to real quick. If I talk too long, it goes away. But feeling better. Happy Friday. Yes, we made it through a week. For those of us who work Monday through Friday, we made it through another week. So yeah.
We're grateful. We're grateful.
Yeah.
We're grateful. You're sounding real good. Happy.
I'm feeling better. Thank you. I'm feeling better.
Awesome. You recognize the shirt?
I do. So your printer is back up and working because I have some requests.
My printer been working. No, but this, the name. You remember the show? Remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So yes, I have orders to put in cups and stuff. Thanks. Time for us to start again.
Time for us to get the show on the road again. Yeah. Yes, indeed. All right, Rosola, rest that voice. Rest it. Rest up yourself. Rest your body. Rest your throat.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning, everyone. All
right, Mr. President, good morning. How you doing? You probably can't talk. Adesoji, what's good?
Oh, morning. All is well.
What's on the menu for lunch? You got some double, some bus up shot. What you got there?
I think you're getting real personal. And what you watching me plate for? This early morning, you mind on the food already?
Tengo hambre. I'm very hungry. I'm not gonna lie.
I saw a TikTok clip where they said, "What's better, doubles?" and it had the Jamaican patty, so it was of course a Trini. So they said double, or before they could say or Jamaican patty, the Trini said or what?
Exactly.
Or what? Double.
Don't come from Jamaica. Me is a full-fledged Jamaican. You cut me up, you're gonna say black, gold, and green. But if I had to choose doubles right now, send my ass to Trini. I going to Trini. Give me them doubles. Yeah. I agree, Jack. You cannot compare the two.
No, you
You
can't.
can't, you can't, you can't, you know. So me and the dog will name the doubles.
Me, you, and the dog. Me, you, and the
Me
dog.
and the dog will name the doubles. Yes, 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 yes. All right, Adasoji. Good afternoon to you over there in London town. Dun 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 dun. What's that song? And it have the, I love it. That's the only part of the song I like. Whenever go dun 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 dun. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, woke up this morning. We're having tea with tariff truffles.
You're
Good
wrong for
morning,
that.
Adesoji.
You're wrong for that. You're wrong for that. You're wrong for that.
Oh, truffles, Soji. Really? Wow.
It's
Murder.
okay, Adesoji. I still love you.
I can't. I don't know. I have some people in my life that have absolutely zero behavior, can't carry them nowhere. Yeah, these are the people you leave at home, especially when you're going somewhere where you have to display decorum. Or if you take them with you, you tell them, listen, just smile and nod. Don't talk. Don't talk. And you're not sure what will come out of their mouth. These are my people, folks. These are my people. These are my people. Oh boy, may I tell you, what are we gonna do with us? Huh? What are we going to do with this? Happy Friday. So there is a song I want to play. Of course, I can't play it for YouTube because of copyright infringement issues. Um, Came across this guy. He's Portuguese. Easy on the eye. But before seeing him, I heard the song and I was like, oh, which dancehall artist this? But before we get into that, you know, of course, we got to start the show off, right? I have to. Matt Lebron, what's good? What's popping over there on YouTube? Good morning, YouTube family. Let's go ahead and get things started the right way. All right. So I have to do this first. It is Friday, April 4, 2025. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee Into World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world, always great conversation and music. Coffee and Toast streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. Coffee and Toe also goes live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget to go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And of course, our studio audience brought to us courtesy of TikTok. Head on over to www.coffeeandtoe.com so that way you're able to follow us on all our social media platforms and explore because we have a lot of information over there, resources. We also have other news stories that we're not able to cover on the show. All right. And Coffee and Joe comes to you live courtesy of Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to laurmelskinfood.com, LAURMEL, for a natural, beautiful you. Also brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products whenever you shop on www.grandcoffeehouse.com. At checkout, use the code CoffeeInto20. All right. So that is out the way. Gotta play this song. Gotta play this song. My apologies, YouTube. I'm really sorry. Easy on the. I know, morning, Sunday, morning. All right, so I came across this song as I was saying. It's a dancehall song, and I'm like, okay, which new dancehall artist this? So he's from Portugal. He is Portuguese. He's easy on the eye, ladies. I'll let you know. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Yes, sir. Let me go. Yes, sir. Go. Yes. No. Wrong spot. Wrong spot. Come through. Yeah, I can play it from here. Hold on. Let me just go over. Yes, sir. Pull it up. Yes, sir. Go through. Yes, sir. His name is Richie Campbell. His mom and pop skull. His name is
Oh, I know who
Richie.
you're talking about.
Yes, yes. I stumbled upon him. I want to say about 2 weeks ago. So, all right, let's go ahead and take a listen. YouTube, I gotta mute you. All right. So let me tell you something. So Rosolo, you didn't know about this man, yeah. You see how you stay though. You see how the people them stay and them call themselves family. Yeah. Them hear about the man and them not say nothing to me. I see how you do. You're keeping him all for yourself. That's all good.
Hush, hush. Not necessarily, but hush. That wasn't it, but yes, hush. I just recently heard about him, though. I just recently heard about him. And it's the eye candy part. It was, I didn't, yeah, that was that part.
What you tear down over there?
Sorry, mail. I'm trying to throw away all the mail.
Oh, please throw it out. You don't want any heart condition. You don't want any stress? Don't open your mail.
Go open your mail.
Mail equals stress.
Oh, boy. So, yeah, sorry about that. I'll do better in the future. Sorry.
So how you feel about that song, folks? How you feel? 1 to 10. Drop it in the comments. Make me know. TikTok, drop it. Make me know how you feel about that song there. Yay, nay, mad. I said the same thing too. Lord of mercy, that got me. Oh, that me went over here, you know. I said, Thomas, my body, my friend. Take time with me. Me went over here, your backside. Anyway, on a serious note, let me behave myself. Let me behave myself. Yeah. You see the piece of plastic. Okay, so
You're right, Soji. You're right, Soji. Let me take it out to the garbage. Come, you're right, Soji. Let me look through.
you look for your $5 million
Yeah,
plastic
man.
gold
Yeah,
card.
now look. Maybe someone sponsored me.
Give me an American Express because that piece of plastic there can't stay which part it there.
She's looking for her 5K from Red Cap.
What 5K? What 5K, Jack?
Wasn't he giving out money?
All right, just spoil the show now. The show done. You killed
Who
me.
was that? Who was that? Name the artist again.
His name is Richie Campbell, Richie Campbell. Oh, baby. Richie. Woo! What's the term for women who have more than one husband? What's the name of it again? I know.
Is that the polyandry?
It's polyandry or polyamory? Which one?
It's polyandry.
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 I am moving to Africa.
What? I can't. My voice. I'm sorry. I'll come back and say what I was going to say. Where's my baby daddy?
He's sleeping. Hearing me right now.
Exactly. That's what I thought.
There's too much spice in Africa.
Oh, Jesus. I'm moving to Africa so I can have me. How many husbands I'm allowed to have over there? I'm at a surgery.
As many as you can handle. The keyword being handling.
I'm gonna collect them. And it's not to sleep with them, it's just to look at them.
It's not dolls. It's not precious moments. Remember those figurines I used to love? It's not them.
Yeah,
These are people.
You can put them on the top of your bed.
Look at them.
May I have a conversation with God? I need to have a conversation with God. I need to have a one-on-one with God because I would like to know why God has done this to us, right? He creates these fine people to confuse. Is it to confuse us?
No, it's so you can be absorbed in the beauty and get that good feeling when you see it. He didn't say you have to act on it,
Oh,
though.
Jesus.
Well,
Lord,
he gave you
forgive
the
me.
eyes.
Lord, forgive me for I have
But
sinned.
yeah, because sometimes you don't only want to see it, you want to touch it. That's
part.
where I have a problem. I have
Did
to
he
pray
give you
every
that
day.
part, though?
Some things might get dark.
Discernment? Did he give you that part?
Sometimes I choose to ignore it, you know.
Okay, Father, forgive me for I have sinned in thought, word, and deed. Amen. Whew, all right. Y'all
Amen for the extra.
morning, Chief.
Yes, Ozzy, that good feeling. The good feeling.
I have to talk to Mr. Days after dark because this is 2 days in a row we're talking about men. Yesterday was the doctor that everyone was going crazy over, and today now here you go again. You talk to my baby, come baby daddy, got him, and come to Georgia because he's strong like a weekend. This is disrespectful.
Rosolo,
Yes, sis.
you snitching?
I am.
She must
I
never
am
say
back.
snitches get stitches.
Proud.
Stitches get
Me,
stitches. Keep it up.
I'm telling.
All
I'm
right.
come to wake up.
Hold on there. I don't know whose name I'm forgetting, but as of this morning, let me tell you something. In life, you have to appreciate. You have to. Thank you, Mr. President. You have to appreciate good people in your life, right? Yeah, people will do for you, and you don't even know so them I do for you. Geely, big up your damn self. Mr. President, big up yourself. Sula, big up yourself. And I don't even see Sula on here. No, Sula, I come from Clubhouse days. Sula, big up yourself. Niece, big up yourself. Solo, big up yourself. Azzy, big up yourself. So, who am I missing? So I know so far. Under Soji.
What does big up mean, by the way?
Much respect. Enough love. Walipa love.
Okay, you know.
So yesterday, 2 people did subscriptions. So I said, all of it. I didn't set up nothing yet.
Big up. All of the girl.
So this morning, me come through this morning, open up my TikTok. I said, what the blouse and skirt? That's not, I didn't say blouse and skirt. I think y'all know the words I used.
Shirt and trousers.
But J. Paul there. J. Paul can say it. Then J. Paul say, is this a yes, TikTok, yes. followed by what the mama this. But anyway, so I wake up and I say, more subscriptions. I say, hey, me love you no. Me love you no, me love you no, me love you no. Me love all of you. Thank you so much for subscribing. It means that you value the content, and the subscriptions, I think, are monthly. I don't know if they're, I have no clue. I haven't really looked into it properly. But I want to say thank you so much for the subscriptions. It means you value the content. You value what is presented. You appreciate it, and I appreciate you all for that. Thank you so much. Thank you. That being said, we encourage others to hit the sub. What? We don't even know where you found the subscription thing, Mr. President. I don't even know where you did. Where you find the button. I
Go
don't
to
know
her
how to
page.
do it. I don't know how to do it, but
If you're watching the show, you'll see it pop up. But if you can go to her page and you'll see where it says to subscribe, you can subscribe monthly or you can subscribe for the entire year. It's up to you. We just ask that you subscribe and join the team. But yes, just go to the Coffee and Tour page and you'll see it's right there. Big old subscribe.
If you're on the live, it's to the left of the comment button. The comment is where you're putting your comment. I think it's to the left. Right there, you should see a subscribe yellow icon kind of thingy.
And sometimes it's at the top of moments. I don't think she put it as a challenge today because that's how we saw yesterday. You can do it at the top.
There's
So
a start. Yeah, there's a start to the left of this stuff.
yeah,
okay.
it's right there. Yeah, it's right there where it says thanks right now. That's it. That's it. Click that and you subscribe.
Yeah, and it's a very prominent button. You don't have to look for it.
Oh, so it's permanent. I don't. Okay, all right. Wow. Thank you all. For those of you on YouTube, I can tell you we're on YouTube. It's not subscription. For YouTube, you if you go to the description and scroll down, you can do the buy me a coffee. The link is there for that, and it starts at $5, right, for a cup of coffee, and you can buy however no how much coffee you want to buy. You can buy. We don't discriminate. We appreciate. So yeah, for if you're on YouTube and you want to help Coffee and Toe grow. The link for Buy Me a Coffee is in the description below the live. All right. So thank you all so much. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Is
ahead.
that $5.99 before the tariffs or after the tariffs?
Oh, Jesus have
You can get a penguin from the Tariff Island and then
Comments,
we'll
take
give
him
you a
off the stage.
discount.
He's very out of place right now.
Listen, thank you for the followers. Thank you. I don't know. We just got 2 new followers. Nom Ish and Sharon. Thank you for following. Thank you for following. So listen, Human, I'm glad you put that there. Thank you for putting that comment there. Human says permanent citizens cannot leave the United States after April 25. Listen, I saw that thing floating around TikTok and I said, I have to do some research into that because this is utter madness, right? But anyway, we're going to get the show started, but I want to play this. I do have a message, a public service announcement that I want to play. If you have come to Coffee to understand, this is a not natural place, okay? We do what
Hi,
we want to do.
To complain about the 10% tariffs you just put on my clients. Who are my clients? The penguins. The penguins from Antarctica, yes. I mean, do you not think they've been through enough? They've got climate change and now tariffs? Are you crazy? No, you shut up. You shut up and listen, okay? A lot of my clients, they're going to lose their homes over this, okay? They're going to lose their igloos. You know what? One of the families I'm representing, they've just had a chick. They've just had a baby chick, okay? What are the prospects for that baby penguin chick now that his parents are worried that they're going to be out of a job in a few months, huh? Another family, they've lived on the island all their life. They go back generations. They're now thinking of getting an iceberg out of there. They're thinking of emigrating on an iceberg. How tragic is that? No, you're talking nonsense. This is not going to affect a small number of penguins in the colony. This is going to affect them all. They're very, very worried about it. What do they even export? Are you seriously asking me that? You don't even know. My clients export pirate copies of the 2006 animated classic Happy Feet. That's what all penguin communities across the world export. You should know this, man. You are going to absolutely decimate the economy on this uninhabited volcanic island, thousands and thousands and thousands of miles away from civilization. Do you understand? You're going to decimate it. I hope you can live with yourself. Hi.
The penguins. What do we do at a Soji? The penguins.
Well, if you're thinking about the Penguins, spare a thought for the unfortunate soul that on Diego Garcia. They also get tariffed. Unfortunately, that happens to be the American base.
Yes, thank you. When I saw that one, I was like, what the FAFO is going on here? So you're even tariffing yourself?
You know, moments when you said the other day that someone is trying to sabotage him, I always thought, no, he's just, dumb, 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 dumb. But this is something different. There's no one advised. What's going on? There has to be some type of sabotage. We already know the man's a fool. You don't have to make him into a bigger fool. We all understand that. But this is absolute. You're gonna tariff an island with penguins. You're gonna tariff one of your own. I don't know. I don't. I don't know if it's sabotage or if just the ultimate experience of stupidity. I don't know. But this is absolutely ridiculous.
The world is laughing at us, The entire world is laughing at the United States of America.
If you just listen enough, you can hear the word.
I keep saying that he is being sabotaged. I honestly feel so. He is surrounded by people who do not mean him well. Because if they meant their president well, they would not do this to him. He's being ill-advised. They're setting him up. And I don't appreciate that. Because you know what? It's not only him. It's the entire country. All of us in this country are made to look like we not have no sense.
Well, two things can be true. Yes, they might want to sabotage him, but he has to be there to be sabotaged. He has led the battle cry. And what I mean by that is his, for want of a better word, his trump card. And he's chosen that. And people have now decided, okay, fine. That's how you want to play. And this is what we're going to do to you. Ayod.
I don't know. Then here, listen to this one. How long there?
Good morning. Norfolk Island, interestingly, is I think 29%. I'm not sure what Norfolk.
By the way, the population of Norfolk Island is 2,188.
Norfolk Island major exports are to the United States, and why it's been singled out, but it has.
I think ChatGPT did everything for him. At this point, I'm convinced.
No, I don't think they did. I think so something can be said for a leader. So there are, this is basic, what's it called? Basic civics. There are various kinds of leaders. Some are charismatic, some are authoritarian, some will charm the pants off you. It's a version of being charismatic. With him, it's that they're afraid of him. And because they're afraid of you, they won't be able to tell you the basic, even if it means there's a hole in front of you, Mr. President. Because they're afraid of him, that he might tell them that, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I didn't see the hole? They won't tell him. And when it happens, unfortunately, in this case, we're not actually talking about a hole. We're talking about a gigantic hole when a country loses 2 trillion when the market opened yesterday. And that's just in the United States. We've not talked about the markets. And why is this important? Some will say, well, but this is the stock exchange, it's gambling. Bearing in mind that majority of the world's pensions are invested in that same mechanism. So that means people are being impoverished even before they retire. That is where the whole thing just, it's like, yes, people are allowed to have a choice in government, but an uninformed population makes an uninformed choice. In this case, we're a living testimony to this.
Yeah.
That you can decide that, you know what, I'm going to tariff the world in a world that is already globalized. Classic example of Ford Motors. The entire vehicle made by GM, they are not wholly manufactured and assembled in the United States.
That part.
The parts are beaten into shape in the United States. They are assembled in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
They are treated for rust in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
So which means for a car, one car will go on rail, will go into Mexico, come out of Mexico, go into Canada, and come back into the United States to be put on your front lawn. That he's just basically said, you know what, for the people who start the production process in the United States, because if you're tariffing whatever is coming back across those, you effectively don't have a job. You know, yeah. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. It's madness, but at the same time, we're laughing. The reason we're laughing is it's not as if you were not told that this was.
Exactly. Hey, Sula. Thank you, Sula. Thank you. Good morning, girl. Listen, at Asoji, we do what we can do to educate people. We can lead the horse to the water, but we can't force the horse to drink, right? People are, choose your words carefully, moments. Ignorance, let's say, ignorance. There's a lot of ignorance floating around. And what gets me is the people up there in Washington who they know the truth, but they support the madness. They know the truth and support the madness. They are dishonest with their loyalists, so to speak, in the constituencies or the communities that they serve. And the communities that they serve are so blind. But everything that's going on in that Bible still enough. Just go and go read the Old Testament. By the way, listen to this other piece of madness before we get into stories out of the Caribbean corner. So the U.S. has banned, and I hope it's not true, but I saw this, and I've seen it several places. The U.S. has banned government personnel in China from engaging in any romantic or sexual relationships with Chinese citizens.
So no kissy?
So now it is bad enough that here in the US, what state it is where they can you know, when you go to get your marriage license, right?
Vegas?
No, man, not Vegas. It's one of the southern states. I'm not sure if it's Louisiana, Alabama, not sure. I think one of them, where now they can choose if they want to honor your request to get married to an, you know, in an interracial situation. So they are able to deny you getting married because they don't agree, right? So you and your Asian partner, your Caucasian partner, or whatever will show up at the courthouse to get your license so you can go ahead and get married. And because they don't approve, the person handling it does not approve of interracial marriages, they will deny you. They can deny you. So now them taking it to China, them are going to tell you who you can sleep with. Oh, what about? Sorry. Oh, shoot. Sorry.
No, but we do know what we're talking about here, right? This is going back segregation, miscegenation rules. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. Really? in a southern state. Well, I mean, it's the heart of the Confederacy. But in 2025, okay, interesting.
What Clarence Thomas has to say about this?
That one's different. Yeah, this is Gina. That one's different.
What about J.D. Vance? What does he have to say about this? He's in an interracial marriage.
I sent you one of the articles, moments, but the articles are all of them. I sent you one from.
So
AP.
it is true.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was a dream and it's just a farce. Honestly.
No, it's all on the major. All the major networks have it. No romantic sexual relationship with the Chinese.
Wow.
The U.S. government banned personal relationship in China for romantic or sexual relation. U.S. banned sex between personal and Chinese citizen. China, U.S. banned romantic sexual relationship with Chinese citizen for government workers. Yeah, it's all over. Is that possible though? Can they do that?
So let me ask you a question, Mr. President. So, and I know this may seem far-fetched and ridiculous, but it's not. So the Chinese here in America who intermarry with other races, what's going to happen?
Well, that's already past the post, so highly unlikely that they can then dissolve such relationships. What they're saying, which even makes mockery of what I can't even believe I'm talking about such a thing.
It can't be retroactive. I don't think it can be retroactive. It cannot, but because it's already happened. But as you're saying, go ahead, Adesoji.
Yeah, I mean, I understand when you say, yeah, it can be. But, I mean, to speak to what as posted in chat, yeah, they're the same ones who say, keep out of my personal life and, you can't do X, my businesses, This government is one of the most hypocritical I have seen. I mean, oh my God. How do you even say that? How do you put that out?
Is that your kettle?
That's my Rolls Royce. Somebody's trying to get into it.
But
sorry. Did I say Rolls Royce out loud?
Yes,
Sorry.
you did say Rolls Royce out loud.
Adesoji, isn't the current president 3 times married to non-US citizens?
Thank you. Thank
Isn't
you.
the vice president married to someone of another ethnic group?
Hypocrites.
I mean, who came up with this kind of rules? How does you make something like that into a law or whatever it is or policy? How do you? I wonder how did it go about passing these things? Somebody just wake up, think about it, and it's done. Notice how? What kind of discussion you have to come up with a policy like that?
Here's the thing, Mr. President. If you pay attention, when they put these things in front of him to sign, does he read them? He just signs.
He can't read. So
he doesn't even know what he's signing, quite frankly. He signs and he holds it up. And they're bamboozling him. And may I beg you, Mr. President, may I beg you, do check the people you have around you. They mean you no good. They really don't.
But we are assuming Mr. President does not want said thing to happen. That's the difference. It will be one thing to say, you know what, Baron Rice,
because remember, Baron knows how to turn on a computer.
Yeah, that's true. So it will be. I mean, yeah, it would be far-fetched to say he doesn't know what's going on. He knows what's going on. Maybe the extent to which they're pushing it is the problem, but again, you're going to hear about it. And so whether it's something you agree with in the first place, you can recall it. How many of his presidential orders, based on how unpopular they have been, has he retracted? None. So which means he's clearly happy with it. Yeah, We have
some good news though, real good, quick good news. Now insert this real quick. Pick up on ourselves. Coffee Toe ranks number 99 in lives.
Whoa! We
We broke the 100 barrier. Big up on yourself. You ought to be proud of
In
yourselves.
less than 2 months. Let's look at that. In less than 2 months.
Number 99. We're ranked number 99. We enter the top 100 charts. Look at it.
Let Lady Jar give you the voice to it.
Ja busy. She can't talk, you know. She can't talk. We broke up. We at the top 100.
This is the time you need the dog to bark. Ruff.
I'm gonna pick up on herself. But my dog there? Where's my dog? I can't find my Rottweiler. Did somebody let him out the kennel?
Tasha, Rufus.
Tasha, what you doing, my dog? What did you do with my dog? Why I can't find my Rotty? Bentley, where are you, darling? Where are you? I can't find Bentley.
That's a very expensive dog name, Bentley.
That's how we roll over here. If you can drive a Rolls Royce, why can't we have a dog named Bentley? Come on now, don't hit.
The two different things entirely.
Oh God. What is it called, dog then?
Rufus is probably going to do the date. You see, Bentley's not going to respond to that. You know, Bentley is a high class dog. Bentley eats T-bone steaks. Bentley!
Okay, I found Bentley. Bentley, darling.
Bentley doesn't sound cultured. It sounds like a street dog.
I love my Bentley. But anyway, let's laugh a little because I pure madness Saguana. So what would you do if you were having a conversation with your mother and this happened?
Banana chips is typically a little softer.
Oh, I don't like soft things in my mouth. All right.
That is my mom. That is my mom.
What?
Thank you so much, Sunshine Cells.
What do you do if you're having that conversation with your mom and she just blurts out, I don't like nothing soft?
I'm sure my mom has said that to me
Oh,
before.
we know what your mom has said. All right.
My mom has made that kind of comment to me before.
Yeah.
We can't even share my mom's comments on the live. No.
And when my darling aunt said what she said, my cousin was so mad. Me and my other cousin are roll over and dead with laughter. And Russella is mad as Russella was so annoyed. She turned pink. You could see the steam coming out of Russella's ears. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it. And then she turned to me and my other cousin, our other cousin. Stop the foolishness! Stop it!
Yeah, but what is wrong with liking things hard and crunchy? What is wrong with that? What are you talking about? Am I missing something?
Russella, take on other soldier for me, please. I don't have this trip because I didn't
No,
Russella.
Rosolo, I just told you, let me tell you something. That is a normal conversation with my mom. That don't even faze me.
As it
My
should
mom,
be.
we can't even say what my mom said that day about the man. I just am done. Even
I can
thinking about
imagine.
it. Thinking about it aggravates me. It just,
Why are you being aggravated? All right, real quick, before we get into the news, listen, we're turning this into what this Friday? No, we're not. No, we're not.
what looks for the last 10 hours last week, I don't know if I have that kind of stamina. I don't know if I can do it this week.
No, we're not doing 10 hours this week. We're doing it next week. Next week.
Yay! We made it. We made the thing today. Yay! We got all the hearts. Good job.
Pick up on ourselves.
Yeah.
Stop. Let me play it. Reset. What Kirk said? Reset your live goal. Hold on there, Kirk. Me soon figure that out again. Hold on there. The dolly kind of slow because if I've done it before, I don't have to remember how to do it. All right, so listen to this.
Not a gold digger. I've also come to realization that there are just certain allegations that I will never, ever beat with you guys. I came into this situation with the status because I have a child by a very successful artist, right? From then, I'm viewed as a certain type of woman because I'm beautiful and have a nice body. And normally women like that attract a certain caliber of men, which is also not my fault. Now that I am in yet another situation where I now have a child with another successful man, there's no telling you guys that I'm not a gold digger. You guys, it's no beating those allegations at all. The only thing that irritates me is I read comments that say, oh, you're a gold digger, or you kept the baby for a check. What if I came to y'all's pages, right? And I compared the men that you have children with to the men that I have children with. And I said, you were digging for poverty when you picked him to be your baby daddy, weren't you? Oh, you kept that baby for an extra income tax credit, didn't you? Or you kept that baby for a couple extra $100 in food stamps, didn't you? You kept that baby for an extra Section 8 voucher. Is that how you kept your baby? I've been purposely staying off the internet. Reason being is because I don't want to come out of character from the things that are being written and commented, the lies that are being made up. And I know that if I put myself in position to respond, I'm then putting myself in position to defend my daughter and defending her of what has been written. There's no nice way to do it because people have been so ignorant and so cold-hearted towards a child. I'm not even sure if it's a woman or if maybe, well, I know I'm probably getting this attention because of who I am and who I am attached to. Just generally speaking, the second a woman decides to make the decision about her body and her child, y'all turn into weirdos. Do you want a man to tell you what to do with your body or not? Do you want the rights or not? What happened? I'm on one tonight. We're going to talk about it. Because see, I sat back and I watched y'all in your dirty bonnets, lay back on your headboard, or in your cars with the cloth seats. I saw you. And you voiced your opinion about what you would have did if you were in my situation with my options that you do not have, and you probably never will. How you gonna tell me what you would have did with my situation when you had a baby for your man? Or you had a baby for that dude that be robbing everybody. Or you had a baby for the booster. Or you had a baby, the dude that you have to run down for $250. Yeah, let's talk about it. I'm not a gold digger. I've also come to realization that there are just...
Oh, Jesus. Number one, I don't know if you're naturally pretty because you got a BBL done. Your boobs are hard as F. Your shape look like you got off the conveyor belt. You got a weave in your hair. You got on eyelashes. I don't know what your face is contoured with the makeup. So I really don't know what you look like, right? I don't know. I really don't know. So I can't say yes or no that you are a beautiful girl. I really don't know. But beauty is really on the inside. So let's talk about character. If you're not a gold digger, why are you out here defending yourself then? Why you letting it bother you? People said what they said. You're in your feelings. It make you feel some type of way because you know it's the truth. You know it's the truth. But let me back up 1 second.
I've also come to realization that there are just certain allegations that I will never, ever beat with you guys. I came into the situation with a status.
Okay, so she said she came into the situation with a status. Let's hear the status.
Because I have a child by a very successful artist, right?
So that's her status?
That's your status.
Thank you, Popskull. Let me in front of man. Go on through, Popskull.
I blame nowadays society for accepting behaviors like these from women, right? And I also blame men for not holding themselves accountable. Because why, as a young man, would you consider getting involved with listen, this is not saying that it shouldn't happen, but why you, as a young man who has his future ahead of him, you're in a place fortunate that a lot of young men aren't. You're making money and you do something so reckless as to get involved with a woman almost twice your age. She's 48.
No, 38.
38.
Yeah,
Yeah,
him at
she's
23.
Oh my. Right? What were you thinking? No, you have this woman thinking that, she has status, higher status than other women because she has a baby daddy who's a famous rapper. She has a baby daddy who's a baller. Right? So she's that high woman. She's, you know what? She's ranked over a woman who's a doctor. She's ranked above a woman who is a lawyer. She's ranked above a woman who is virtuous because what? She has status. It's crazy. What kind of mentality is this?
She has status because when I heard it, hold on, let me back it up again.
I came into the situation with a status because I have a child by a very successful artist, right?
No, you're just a baby mother.
Thank you. So
None of them wife you. None of them decided to make you his wife. They have several baby mothers. You're just a number.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Go
ahead. I'm stepping away 1 second. You can continue the conversation. Hold it down. May soon come back.
You see, you open up your mouth, and maybe just want give you a whole heap of something up there, so raise it from 5 to 40, but I don't have it. Men need to hold themselves accountable. We know we have a loggerhead girl them, and in no way or form, no shape at all, can she be a better status or higher status than a woman who is a doctor. No. Fear purpose the between fear legs. She and our other category partner them, because I know she alone out there, a whole heap of them, millions of them. In a film category, yes. She can rank herself number 1 or 2 or 10 according to how much successful baby daddy she have. But a woman whose intellect is intact and that she use to build herself, I go always supersede women like these. So people who have daughters have to teach them better, tell them, say, no, what social media, that fake. I wanna see baby come out of them body, it fake. The lifestyle is fake and it not lead nowhere. Yeah?
What is it?
I had to go from a rum to pouring my coffee for this one. Sorry.
What is this that they're promoting? Instead of being educated, successful woman become a baby mother by a famous rapper. Because that equals status. Be somebody like me. What are we teaching the future generation? She's an enabler, right? She is a gold digger because, of course, she did not defend her stance. What she's saying in reply to what she's being accused of is basically, you know what? I don't have a baby daddy who don't have no money. I don't have no baby daddy who is whatever. My baby daddy make money. Right? I'm not in Section 8 and whatever. She sees herself at a level that she's not. She definitely trapped this young man.
That's exactly what she did, Popsicle. And I'm glad we're hearing it from a man, a young man. I'm so glad we're hearing it from you, Popsicle. Deacon Popsicle in the building, ladies and
gentlemen. I embrace the deacon.
You know, so if them hear Popsicle talk, then we say actually in broke pocket.
That part.
They will say him broke pocket, and they will say him trifling, and then we say him this and say him that, not knowing say he might actually have sense.
He has standards.
Exactly. No, we're gonna put not even standards, we're gonna put it down to he have sense. Because you know what my ex-boss tell me one time? You see common sense, not so common. Who are gonna walk up and collect baby daddy?
Well, that seems to be some people's aim.
You know what the man status? What kind of collection that you are trying to give? You are Thanos a collect ring?
Yes, folks. So hold on one more time. If you're just joining us online,
I have a child by
Shut all the way up. Sorry about that. If you're just joining us online, qmzradio.com, janoradio.com, madmusichouse.com, welcome to the conversation. We're talking about Little Baby and Anthony Edwards' baby mama responding to the fact that saying that she's not a gold digger. Yeah. Welcome to everyone on YouTube Live. Welcome to everyone here with me on TikTok. Let's listen again because I
came to the situation with the status because I have a child by a very successful artist, right?
So I guess I have no status because my husband is not an artist. I guess I don't have no status. Anyone in here have any status? No status. Per her standards. So she's going to teach her daughter, Aubrey, to be a hoe. I said it.
Please, let's take that out of the universe and hopefully her mind will.
I'm not taking it out. I'm not taking it out. That is her mentality, and that is what she's going to teach her daughter.
Her mentality now. Let's pray that her mind will change.
Then I'll take it back. Because some mothers teach their daughters to be hoes.
When will her mind change? When she is 38.
Thank you. Not change, Ja. She's not you and I, Ja. She not change. She got to teach her daughter, use what you got to get what you want. Don't.
Do that again. Listen, we have to understand that these people exist. She's not the only one. There are women that play basketball games every single game. Every Hawks game, Heat game, Laker game, whatever city. That's their MO. She's not the only one. So I'm not giving grace. Exactly. Bingo.
You never watch it, Ja?
We're happening on vibe.
Ja, when you watch a daytime on your TV, you know, say, sit down and binge pan there sitting, I love it. Girl, I love you. But you look here, go and go watch Atlanta Housewives and all like other housewives something there. These people take it for your business. All of them have to go around, all of them have to deal with every basketball player up on the street. They staying at the low.
I don't know why my mouse don't pick up when I speak sometimes, but I've watched those shows. I have to. There, actually, a guy turns me on to those.
Hold on, stick up in. Truth Seeker, you lost $43,000 in the stock market, and you all gossiping. Oh, whoa!
Well, Truth Seeker, Truth Seeker, no.
Hold up.
All right,
Hold up.
Truth Seeker, we never did say go lose your money.
And we never send you over here.
Listen, hold on, Truth Seeker. Let me explain something to you. Not all of us have to depend on the economy to survive, okay? We got this.
And if you watch the show, if you listen to the show on a daily basis, you will understand that this is our Freedom Friday. We talk and speak about whatever we'd like to. If you'd like to listen and engage in conversation, maybe take some time to listen to the show before judging. Otherwise, you can take your finger and tap and move to another live. But don't come here with the nonsense.
When I just joined this live, I heard it was a news. It was a news radio. So we talk about the news. So what you're talking about, you just made a comment because obviously you're new. Just like myself. But of course, I'm not judgmental, and you are.
Truth Seeker, not all of us need the U.S. economy to survive. You see, clearly you're locked into this country. Probably you've never traveled. I don't know. I don't want to assume. But not all of us.
Truth Seeker, welcome to Coffee for World News on the Go. Happy Friday. Hope you're having a blessed day. Thank you for joining the live.
You know what? Let me be nice. It's Friday, and it's Friday. It's Friday. Listen, hold on there, other soldier. It's Friday. I could take it easy upon Truth Seeker. You lost 43,000. I feel bad for you.
Yeah.
I didn't lose anything because you know what? I don't invest in the stock market. I don't. So I'd suggest that you probably invest in something else going forward. Yeah.
Did you say
drawing board? Go back to the drawing board, Truth Seeker. It is okay. Go back to the drawing board. You win some, you lose some, I'm sure I know yesterday you're coming at this a long time. And it's a win and lose situation.
But instead of beating him down, let's sympathize with him.
Yeah, we're going to sympathize with him.
Yeah, he lost so much money, and we don't know if that was the only money he had.
He lost.
That is true.
And we don't want him to do something that he might, we don't want him to say.
No, obviously, no.
Yeah,
I just want to give him this piece of advice. He lost 43,000, and the gentleman at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue said, "You're gonna win so much that you get tired of winning. Maybe this is your way of winning. If you have a pushback or you have a contrary opinion to the idea of what winning means, you might want to drive down to Pennsylvania Avenue. There's actually a garden where you could take a garden chair and you could sit in the garden in front of his house and raise your fence that you're minus $43,000. I yield.
Anyway, we're not going to give Truth Seeker any more time. We do have a show to run. We talk about the news from all around the world. Whatever comes up in the news, whatever is trending, we are going to address it. We also talk about social values, morals, ethics. And it so happens that we have to be concerned about this young lady because she's also speaking to upcoming young women. We have to make sure that those who are coming behind us do not have this mindset where they sell themselves. So this is the news, right? It is important that we influence in a positive way, that we encourage in a positive way. If you think it's gossiping, exit left. Don't waste your time with us, right? Do not do that. You have more, you have other things to worry about. 43,000 other things to worry about. Don't take us on. All right. Let's keep it moving, folks. So back to this young lady.
Let me go back to Alexia. Alexia, I have watched these shows. There was actually a brother that turned me on to these shows back in the day. And I used to go to work and struggle and come home at night and use it as a form of entertainment. But I actually stopped watching these shows because I don't like how it portrays us as a Black person of the diaspora, okay? Because y'all know. But there is a part of me that feels that someone can come into your life at certain stages and maybe change your mindset. So that's all I'm saying. Let's pray and hope that that will happen. I yield.
Fair enough, job, but me not waste my prayers there, so. Not going to. There are other people who are more deserving of my prayers right now. She knew what she was doing. She calculated.
I'm in agreement with you. Host. In Jamaica, we were saying, don't waste white powder upon blackboard.
That part. She knew what she was doing. She just miscalculated this time. Yeah. She miscalculated this time. I don't know if it's something she was taught. I don't know if it's something that she acquired along the way. But to her, this is her means to an end. So that they don't make these deplorable choices. We have to. Comments like hers need to be suppressed. Because the unfortunate thing is we have other young girls who don't have a mother, don't have a father, gonna listen to her and think that, yes, that's the way
from then I'm viewed as a certain type of woman because I'm beautiful and have a nice body. And normally women like that attract a certain caliber of men, which is also.
So let's talk about the caliber of men, because the only thing I'm seeing here is money, nothing else. Remember some weeks ago, we had a conversation when I said, if I pulled up, if you want to know how people think about you, just do this. I'm not just pulling things out of the air. I'm talking from experience. Pull up in a one Kia. See how the response you get. To a valley. Pull up in a Kia and see how them treat you. And then pull up in a Mercedes Benz and see the treatment that you get. People don't respect people. They respect things. That's what they respect. Not you. Show up in some clothes when I have no name penny. And then show up with a Burberry scarf, Gucci slides, a Louis Vuitton bag, Chanel shades, and see the treatment that you get. People don't respect people. They respect the tangible things. We need to shift the way we think. And you see, wealthy people, they're rather quiet. They're quiet with their things. Then we go out there and I want belt to strip up. A pair of New Balance sneakers were dirty. A shirt with no name. They don't have to come with weapons blazing. They keep it quiet. She's a never say come say. Yeah, that's the name I have for them at Jamaica, right? Never say come say. She's a frightened Friday. She never know said this could have happened for her. Frightened Friday. She not having a class. She's classless. I'm sorry. And there are a lot of people walking around with money who have no class. My grandmother, my mother would say, you cannot buy class. It's either you have it or you don't. And having class has nothing to do with how much money you have in your bank account, how many assets you have either, whether you have $43,000 or not. It has nothing to do with class. They're two different things. You can be the poorest person, but be the classiest person with how you treat people, what you think about yourself, how you conduct yourself. But a lot of people get it misconstrued. They think that, oh, I have money, so I have arrived. No, boo, have several seats in the back. You have not made it yet. Money means nothing. And I tell people this, one thing with me, I cannot be impressed. Money now go impress me, baby girl. No man can catch me with house, car, land, and a fat bank account, designer, nothing, trips, shopping. No, that don't faze me one bit. No man can catch me with that. And ladies, I will say to many of you, and men, make sure no man can trick on a picnic with them things that either. Do not raise, let me rephrase this. Train your children not to be easily impressed by the material things of this world, but rather to concern themselves with morals and ethics and values, the compassion and empathy. Those are the things that matter. How you treat other human beings. You see the story of Job? If you never got Sunday school, Job had it all and lost it all. But what did he have? His moral compass. When his wife was telling him to curse God, he said no. He remained faithful because of his morals and his values. And God replenished him. You see this thing? Anyway, but I mean, if you preach this man and still enough. Yeah, that's over there. That's over there. Ah, boy. I tell you, Father. Tell you. Sad out a road. It really sad out a road. We may have lost some, but we can still save a few. We can still save a few. There are many people who are searching. They're lost. Lost. Anja, I wish you were still doing your outreach. Because we need positive influences out there in society. And I would implore all of us, every single one of us, when you get the chance, when you have the opportunity to do so, impart common sense. Maybe gonna do. Reach who you can, wherever you are, however you can, reach them, meet people where they are, and try to lift them up. Try to, inspire them. Maybe gonna do. Right? Go ahead, Ja.
I didn't even know I got locked out.
That's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes. All right. Go ahead. And then we get started with thank you so much, everyone, for the gifts. Thank you.
I'm just taking a moment away. I'm going to get back on it. But every time I open my mouth, something positive come out because I'm not trying. I am staying in that mindset. I want to stay in that mindset and want to hope that the world will change despite what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to try, We're going to try to remain positive. Oh, boy. Okay, first up. Let's get it started out of the Caribbean corner. According to the Associated Press, so not that one. Go ahead. Good morning, James. You're good? Thought James came off mic. All right. According to loopnews.com, Antigua will launch a firearms amnesty program starting April 7th, 2025, allowing individuals to surrender illicit weapons without fear of prosecution. The cabinet-approved initiative will run until April 30, 2025, with police designated as the receiving authority for all surrendered weapons. This represents the first such amnesty since 2022. The primary goal of the 3-week program is to reduce pew-pew violence by removing illicit firearms from circulation and keeping them out of criminal hands. Authorities engage anyone in possession of unlawful weapons to take advantage of this opportunity to surrender them without any prosecution. All right, folks over there in Antigua, you have until April 30 to take advantage of this amnesty. You are invited to turn over any weapons, any illicit weapons that you may have in your possession without fear of prosecution, right? The goal is to reduce the level of crime on the island, right? Turn the page, folks. Turn a page. Next up, also courtesy of loopnews.com, the cabinet of Antigua and Barbuda. Big up yourself, Jai, your country's doing well. The cabinet of Antigua and Barbuda, and yours too, Dr. Sharon, has announced plans to implement paternity leave for male government employees, extending family support benefits that were previously only available to mothers. This new policy will require paternity leave provisions to be included in all labor agreements for male government workers. This is according to the cabinet's decision. Currently, paternity leave is not mandated by law in Antigua and Barbuda, though the Antigua and Barbuda Workers Union has been advocating for this implementation. Several private sector organizations have already introduced paternity leave policies voluntarily. I love this. The move follows reforms to maternity benefits enacted in 2022 when amendments to the Antigua and Barbuda Labor Code incorporated provisions from the Maternity Protection Convention 2000. These changes extended maternity leave from 12 weeks to a minimum of 14 weeks for employees with at least 12 months of continuous service. Big up on yourself, Antigua.
Hey, my dad helped write that labor code in Antigua. He was actually one of the founding members of the Antigua and Barbuda Workers Union.
May his soul rest in peace. I'm sure he's smiling.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing. Awesome. 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 Progress. This is what we need, folks. Progress. Because, yes, men are an integral part of society. Far too often, men are put on the back burner. And if you are a part of Coffee in Toe, if you have been a part of Coffee in Toe, you have heard us advocate for men several times. There are so many good men out there. They're not recognized enough. They show up and they show out. They hold it down. They're providers, protectors. They love. They show compassion. Even if they are not in a relationship with the mothers of their children, they are heavily involved in the lives of their children. And yes, you have those men, folks, who even though they're not involved with the woman, they make sure the women are okay. They teach their children to respect the mothers. Let me tell you something, man. I love it.
Yeah.
Morning, James.
Yeah. I think it's a good move, and one of the things that I don't think people talk a lot about with the Caribbean, when you're watching what is going on in America over the past decade or so, and you talk about break the glass ceiling.
Yeah.
Caribbean women have broken that glass ceiling like about 50 years ago.
Fact.
Because a lot of women in the Caribbean are holding the top positions now in a lot of the biggest companies across the region.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the thing as, married people in the Caribbean, that sometimes they have to come together and say like, okay, because if the woman is like a CEO or top executive for a company and they want to start a family, like the option wasn't there for the husband to stay home with the child, because some of those jobs that women hold in the Caribbean, they're afraid to stay away for like a couple months because they feel like they'll get replaced like easily. So no, this open up that option now where like if you are a top executive and you have this high profile job that you want to make the decision that, okay, your husband can stay home and take care of the child while you keep that job, then this makes it much, much easier to do that. So yeah, it's a big move because it that's what we do in Canada too, right? Like you have the option, you can share, or the husband can stay or the wife can stay, or you can do 50-50. So it's a good move.
I love it. And I think they have something similar in the UK, in parts of Europe, no? If I'm not mistaken. In parts of Europe.
Yes, Sweden, Denmark, I think France. Yeah. Only the greatest country in the world don't do them type of thing.
Please leave us alone.
And the United Kingdom, His Majesty's realm.
May he forever reign over us.
Yeah, here.
In order for you to qualify for that in America, you have to identify.
It's gonna come to upset my spirit this morning. Summer honor. But big up on yourself, Antigua, and congratulations to Dr. Sharon's father. May his soul rest in peace. And I know he is smiling. He is happy to see this
A
happening
true,
for many.
a true labor man. Yeah, true labor man. Yes.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's hop on over to Grenada, where several Grenadians have suffered financial loss from regional Ponzi scheme. According to loopnews.com, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Grenada has confirmed that it is actively investigating a suspected Ponzi scheme that has led to serious financial losses for individuals across the country. If you believe you or someone you know may have been affected, please report it immediately. That's according to a press release from the FIU that was issued on Wednesday. According to FIU, members of the public were promised high returns on their investments. They were encouraged to recruit others with a promise of earning more through referrals. This is a classic sign of a Ponzi scheme, where new investors' money is used to pay earlier ones, not from real profits. Earlier this week, before the FIU release, the Office of the Prime Minister issued a public advisory calling on the general public to be aware of internet scams. How many times we want people, yes, sir? Anything was sound too good to be true, run. Take up on your shoes and run in the opposite direction. Mr. President, where you there? Typically, what is considered a reasonable return on investment?
Greed is good.
What is considered a reasonable return on investment outside of the standard commercial bank returns? 8%, max 10%, maximum. Anything beyond, and 10% is what you'll get from when your portfolio up there, right?
Venture capitalism.
That part. Thank you.
It used to be 35 back in that day.
We're talking today. We're not in the back of the Come on, come up, move up. So anybody look at you and tell you, say, oh, I can give you a 50% return on your investment. And I can give it to you in a short space of time. Run like you never run before.
Opposite. Run in the opposite direction.
Bolt, not even your saying can catch you. Somebody come to you and tell you, say, I can give you 100% return on your investment after 30 days. Run like you never run before. A madness. Go right ahead. I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, right?
Right.
But if you're smart, right? And you know what you're doing, just play the game, get your 100%, and then run. You know who get licked? The ones who go for a second turn.
Hold on, Mr. President, I sent it to you, Mr. President. Hold on there. I sent Mr. President. Okay, let me send it again. Go ahead, Alexia.
Because I remember like 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years ago, there was this app. Yes, we knew it was a scam, right? We knew. There was this app thing where you watch movies, like you press like or whatever on movies and whatever, you got a return. Girl, I got 2 phones and I was burning it for 3 months. And I made back more than what I put on it. What you talking about? I will not stand here and be a hypocrite.
So you get catch?
Nope. Because every $100 US I made, I take it out of the
We do not encourage scamming, Ponzi scheme, none of the above.
Keep running. Don't look back at Alexia. Just keep running.
Run.
The thing is, Alexia, is in these schemes, you never know where you're coming in. The people that is in a new area, the people introducing it would get some return. But it's not that they're getting some return, you know. The people that go in early is getting the money that the people come in late put in. And you're comfortable with that? Any investment that is giving you anything above what the S&P 500 is giving you, which is on average over a 10-year period, it fluctuates, but with 10% on average, it's not good. Anybody that is soliciting investment from you, and is guaranteeing you a return, once they use the word guarantee, I don't care wherever you go, what portfolio manager, how fancy the office is, how much experience they have on Wall Street. Anybody that is consulting with you and tell you they guarantee, don't ask no more questions. Just leave.
Run.
Just because there is nobody could guarantee any return on any investment. You cannot guarantee. And no credible portfolio manager would use that word to you. So anybody guaranteeing a return is a scam. And as you said, use your intuition. If it's too good to be true, that means it's not good. Because there's no way the S&P 500, one of the most balanced portfolio in the world, is giving you 10%, and this guy giving you 100 or 50. How is that even possible? You're mad.
Madness. Madness. I don't endorse it, and I would strongly recommend do not get into it, because as Mr. President said, you don't know at what level you're coming in. You don't know. You don't know. And another thing, since we're on the topic of scamming, another thing, folks, if you never buy a lotto ticket, or you're going a lotto, how you are going to win something where you never enter into? These emails that going around about you have win what? You didn't enter anything?
From my cousins.
From your cousins, indeed, because surely I have got a lot of those emails. Princes of Nigeria, help me claim my $25 million and I will give you so and so, but you must send me so and so. So how about you take out what you want me to send you and send me the rest? Anybody call you and tell you that you have won something, but you need to send them a certain amount of money to be able to get the rest of the earnings. Here what you do. Tell them, take it out of the winnings and then send me the difference. A scammer them. A scammer them. You know? Let me think that, because Lord have mercy. Oh, Jesus. In this day and age, we're not supposed to fully aware. When you get certain links sent to us either in our email or one text message or WhatsApp, now be quick for click on link. Even if it looks legitimate. For example, you see an alert from your bank, your financial institution. Don't click on nothing. Go to your bank, or you pick up the phone and call your financial institution. Folks, we have to be careful. We have to be so careful. We have to be on the up and up. We have to stay alert. The scammer them there. And they're all over the world. And they have zero conscience. They don't care about you. They will clean you out. Yes, Kirk, me get a couple of them there. The toll, if you're in the States, I have got quite a few of those telling you, final warning, your sun pass toll thing. I mean, say, but Kuyato. No. Try Jesus. Don't try me. Try somebody else. Yes, folks. Please, you wanna work too hard for wanna have. Y'all work too hard. Do not let it be swindled away from you. Right? Please, me beg gonna do. Protect yourselves. And you know, a lot of people get caught in a moment of desperation. In a moment of desperation? Because the devil busy. The devil busy. He know what you need to, you know. Because I listen to you too, you know. He know what is going on. So a lot of times things just show up and you think, God bless you. No. Pay attention. Yes, Mr. Nemad. Desperation is what catch enough away. And desperation is how people do get involved in cults. And listen to foolishness like the man who talk about say a woman don't need a man to get pregnant and a woman was not made to be penetrated. One bag of foolishness the man a chat. Oh, Jesus, have mercy. Me can only pray for you, yeah? Me can only pray for you. That's all me can do. Look out for your elderly. Look out for your loved ones. Please be on the guard. Me I beg you no do. Be on the guard. I have to rest my throat 1 second. YouTube, hold it there 1 second. I'll be right back.
With the song. And we have to also remember that a song creates influence. So while you might not be somebody who's doing the bounce check, you might just make somebody think that this is accepted. This is the trend.
so. I'm glad you said that. Music is powerful. Now, if you listen to the song and you listen to the words of the song, he's telling you exactly how the people them scam people, you know. The PDF file drop. And what up on the PDF file? Your name, your number, social, that's your social security. Thank you for the gifts. Your social, that's that's your social security number. They might tell people how it's teaching people how to scam. And they're gonna do don't do it, young people. You see what happened in Kingston? And them hold on 2 more. And I said this years ago. And I was properly chewed out even before. I remember when I heard that, was it Amazon that had opened a call center in Montego Bay? Mr. Blows. Thank you all. Thank you all. Mr. Blows and skirts, heat, you know. Problem. Then cuts me out. What did I say? BPOs are a mistake in Jamaica, in Montego Bay. I said it. Yes, whilst they provide jobs for people, they were also opening up other opportunities because the only way people could get the information is out of the BPOs. Oh, but they don't have, you can't carry this and you can't carry that. I said, yo, stop. Stop. The information is coming out of the BPOs. But I'm going to tell folks, you see, all of you who get your job at these BPOs and go in there with the intention to scam people, you're going to get caught. You know, it's a matter of time, you know. You are going to get caught. You are going to get caught. No, make ghosts fool you. Don't do it. What are you going to do? Because you may be extradited. You may be extradited. And I say you want to come afar. That is not the trip you should want to make to the US of A. It's not worth it. Your freedom is not worth it. And I also know a question. Let me talk to the scammer them for a hot minute. Oh no scam. I want to run go buy a BMW. For parking in one lane with the house lean. That's not smart. That's not smart at all. Just for breath. And then for go dance and buy out a case. That's not really a scam for. But that's a easy come, easy go, not so? Easy come, easy go. Everybody want to look like them rich, not true? That which you work for, what you work hard for, and you take your time and build brick by brick, you won't lose so easily. Go ahead. When Mr. Nemar there, him say him have a different take. All right, come talk to him, Mr. Nemar. Come talk to us before we move on.
Yeah, this first.
Go ahead, Mr. Nemar. Morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Well, first off, really interesting show today, as usual. However, I think with your take on the BPO, I have a different take on it. Because yes, there at one point a lot of the information was coming out of the BPOs, but to be honest, the BPOs have introduced a lot of improvements when it comes to securing customers' information. And for people who may have heard of or have in some way have seen what these things look like, they are actually what we call lead papers, which are something that to some extent, some of the information is actually readily available. You know, there are actually sites on the internet that, based on what you claim you're doing, you will get access to certain information which is on these so-called, on these papers. Obviously, some of what they say is on there is, a lot of times it's social engineering that allows some of the information to be added and then recirculated with this added information throughout the underground system, you know. But trust me, I have done a lot of research in this area, and whereas early in the early days of this scamming phenomenon, a lot of the information was said to be coming from the BPO sector. However, there have been a lot of changes, a lot of new initiatives, a lot of security features added in this sector that has diminished vastly the information coming from, you know, that particular sector, in my opinion, and based on my, you know, knowledge in that field. So yeah, Amazon, when it came to Amazon didn't physically open
the BPOs
something in Mobile. What happened was, it was a lot of outsourcing. A lot of these BPOs, they are outsourced from, you know, major companies.
Yeah, contracted.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is outsourced here. So a lot of these BPOs have what they call accounts. So you're on the Amazon account, or you're on the Google Azure account, you know. So it wasn't a case that it was a physically opened a brick and mortar. It was outsourced to BPOs that were already established in the island. But yeah, these people, and this is why I highly encourage people to, if it's something you're interested in, cybersecurity is the new thing. Guys, cybersecurity is the new thing. It is very interesting. If you want to learn a new set of, how did this guy say, a set of particular skills, that is the direction you want to, you know. Yes.
No, Mr. Nemard, right? I wouldn't give a lot of these persons any credit. I don't think enough of them can even sign their names on a paper. Here's the thing. Of course, there are loopholes to everything. And of course, persons who are elderly are more likely to be in care, right? Needing help and take advantage of this. You tell somebody with dementia that you have won such and such. They believe, because of course, they don't even remember what they did last week. So it's not that they're clever in cybersecurity. They're clever at manipulation and, of course, taking advantage of persons who are vulnerable.
That's 100% Pop Scott. You know what's interesting? There is this this channel on YouTube. It is called Trilogy Media. And what they do, they trick these scammers, pretend to be victims, and then what they do is they try to use the information. They try to say, okay, we need to do a physical pickup, and then what they want to do is to get to the money mules, the people who in America are collecting these monies on behalf of the scammers in Jamaica. In the last one that I watched, there was a gentleman. He is I think he was an army vet. He's in his 70s, late 70s. And he has been collecting money from these scammers for 5 years. His sister, they were saying, look, we are going to disband you from the family. Whatever the family did, they could not stop him from collecting monies on behalf of these scammers in Jamaica. And you hear them talking to the Jamaican scammers, and they are telling them what to do. And they listen. If you take the time out to listen to one of these calls that these Jamaicans call and speak to these American elderly, a lot of times it's not a one-off call, because here's the thing. A lot of these old people, they're at home. The family is not there with them. There's no one for them to talk to. So when they get this call, they do not introduce them right away to say, I am trying to XR. They come to them in a friendly way. Somebody can talk. Sometimes they spend hours on the phone with these guys. They get the trust.
I've even seen one, Mr. Nemard, where the guy was praying, literally praying for the man.
No, sir.
Yes.
No, sir.
Because listen, these are people that take out loans. These are people that they tell them to sell their house. These are people they tell them to not deal with their family because their family cannot be trusted. They encourage these people to do some heinous things in the name of getting the big payout, which is coming. It's just a hiccup. Don't worry. 2 weeks, just $50,000 more, and you're good. It's just a little problem. I listened to one where they said, the challenge where you have to pay more is now the tariff.
Oh my gosh.
Right? Oh Lord. All right. 2 more minutes and then we have to move on because no, sir. No, sir.
And a lot of these guys are high schoolers, youth who they're roadside and dig out their hand middle. As Pops Cole said, a lot of these guys can't even read. And when you listen to how they talk, they don't even have a 10% control of the English language. And yet they are able to manipulate these people to this extent.
You know what? I want to say thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for highlighting. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for the awareness. And I sincerely hope that that information, what you just heard, everyone listening online, right here on YouTube, as well as here on TikTok, I sincerely hope that will encourage us to be more diligent, right? You have to, folks. You have to. Don't be so gullible. Somebody call you, don't be so quick to engage. If you end up, number one, if you have an iPhone, and I'm not sure about droids, but if you have an iPhone, I know that you have the capability to in settings to block numbers that are unknown to you. So calls can't come through my phone. If you call me, if you end up with my phone number and you call me, the call not coming through to me. It's blocked automatically. So if your phones have that feature, folks, I suggest you go ahead and turn it on. No call not come through. No text message not coming through. On your end, you think you're getting through, but on my end, blocked right away. Do not answer numbers that you don't know. If they're able to leave a message, they left a voice note. I listen to the message. But do not answer calls you do not know the numbers for.
That's true. That is so true. A lot of times, once you answer that call, you have already lost.
Yeah. Because why, Mr. Nemar? They capture your voice too. And a lot of them will capture your voice because why? A lot of banks now allow you to use voice recognition to give you access to your account.
There you go.
Okay.
And not only that, remember, we're in the age of AI, where after capturing your voice, because there's another scam that some other people use, where what they do is they capture your voice, then they will get in touch with someone of your family members to say, I have been in, for example, an accident, and I need such amount of money to X or Y. That's another type of scam. I can't forget the name of it right now.
Yes, that's an old one.
So Mr. Nemard, right? I have a question to ask you. Based on the fact that we're, in the technological day and age, right? Technology. Is it possible that I might be in a live and somebody record my voice? And I've access to my...
All of us. Even, here's the thing, Popsicle. Even just being on a phone call. Remember, as long as you have a phone, anybody can record you. It doesn't have to be on this live. It can be just on your phone call. Let's say you and Mr. Nemar talk on a phone call. Your voice can be captured.
Yes, Popsicle. And it can be accurately replicated. There are websites, I can name 5 right off the top of my head, that does that exactly. You input somebody's voice and it is replicated. Remember, there is a huge market right now for what they call, I think it's augmentation, virtual reality in somewhere, where people put videos together, because we have websites as well and apps that can take up a still picture of you, put audio to it, and your face moves to the audio, and your body and even your facial expression changes to the audio that is being played. For example, I'm sure you would have seen the one with a lot of them what they do with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Right? When they say big up Jamaica man, or cartel are the baddest thing, and Donald Trump is saying these things.
We have to be careful, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you, gentlemen. I gotta keep it moving. But I hope someone listening is able to learn from what is being the information being shared right here. You have to protect yourselves. And you did mention, I'll say this and move on, cybersecurity. It is huge. And because of an unfortunate experience that we had within our family, that had us, and somebody in Nigeria stayed over there in Nigeria, got our IP address. Let me tell you, it was just nasty what we had to go through, and it cost us dearly, right? It's not a pretty thing, folks. So our youngest son, he's currently in school, and because of the whole situation, he is doing, his major is forensic cybersecurity, forensic, with going into law, because they don't have many forensic attorneys, and that's what he wants to do.
But moments, you ever notice the people who are scammed, the ones who are feeling the brunt of what was done, they are treated by especially the banks and such as more the criminals than the people who did it to them. There's so much you have to go through when you want to reclaim your entire life. And they realize after doing their investigation, them say, yo, this person was honestly scammed. They had no knowledge of it. Somebody got their social security and built a whole life out of them. But yet they treat you, the original person, as if you are the criminal.
Let me tell you about that, Alex. I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm going to say this real quick. So just to give you, I can't go into detail because we have some loose ends to tap with it. So back in 2023, somebody got a hold of our address, the person in Nigeria, mute up, our address, our IP address, one of my son's information, pretended to be my son. Them have a phone number. They got a phone number created for up in Connecticut. Right? They use my son's name, our son's name, his information, our IP address. Woo, pretended to be our son, scamming somebody up in Virginia, one old man in a Virginia. We had to fly up to Virginia and got court. Lawyers not cheap. Good lawyers aren't cheap. It cost us a couple $1,000 well for the courts. The lawyer had to do investigation. He had to hire a cybersecurity forensic analyst to prove that it wasn't our son. And that is how we found out it was coming from Nigeria. There was a file thick, so I'm not lying, I'm not exaggerating. Hundreds of pages. So even when you're not involved, you get involved because of that very thing, Alexia. So you end up, and you're like, I mean, you don't know nothing about Wagwan, and you have to prove your innocence. You have to prove, and let me tell you something, God help you if you don't have the money to prove your innocence. Dog, nyam your supper. Dog, nyam your supper. Let me tell you something, it's a dangerous world out there, and we have to do our best to protect ourselves as much as we can. It's not easy, folks. I remember when I mentioned an other, and I said, may God forgive them other soldier. You want to know why I'm so forgiving? May God forgive them. Let me tell you something now. Why may I tell you? But anyway, in other news. So folks, help your, especially for the younger ones and your older family members, look out for them. Look out for their best interest. Do not allow anybody to take advantage of them. Please and thank you. All right. Okay, moving right along. Next up, NowGrenada.com is reporting the Division of Gender and Family Affairs, in partnership with CUSO International's Blueprints for Gender Equality Project, proudly announces the Women in Leadership and STEM Cafe to be held, well, it was held yesterday. The groundbreaking initiative, supported by Global Affairs Canada, is part of Grenada's official observance of International Women's Day 2025 under the theme Empowering Change, Acceleration, or Accelerating Action for Gender Equality. The Women in Leadership and STEM Cafe is more than a celebration. It is a national call to action, and that's according to a representative from the division. By creating a platform that connects young women with mentors, leaders, and innovators, this initiative is setting the foundation for a more inclusive and dynamic Grenada. It challenges outdated norms, opens doors to underrepresented industries, and equips the next generation of women with the tools to lead, innovate, and thrive. According to LoopNews.com, Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs Marlene Malahou-Fort has dismissed the widely held notion that the next general elections are constitutionally due by September of this year. She made the declaration at Wednesday's meeting of the Joint Select Committee on the Constitution, saying that is not constitutionally correct. She said what the Jamaican Constitution provides for is an outer life for the date of Parliament, and that is 5 years. And the life of the Parliament commences on the first sitting of the Parliament after general elections, not when the general elections are held. Because we know that the electoral laws require formalities to be complied with about counting. She said, in addition, space has to be given for judicial recounts after general elections. She further said it was important for Jamaicans to understand that the life of the parliament is not fixed, as the country does not have fixed election dates. What can go so? What can go so? Go ahead, go ahead, Popsicle. Go ahead.
The more and more I pay into politics, pay attention to it, it just seems like it's a dictatorship, and I have a problem with this governance. However, I think we should now focus on having a fixed election, because a lot of persons are using the constitution and just going around it when they feel like doing so.
What can go so? So you can call elections when you feel like it? If elections are not called sooner, the parliament automatically dissolves on the 5th anniversary after its first sitting. And then the constitution provides for the holding of elections within 3 months of the parliament being dissolved. And that is set out at section 64 of the constitution. She went on to outline the various subsections of the law that speak to the arrangements relative to general elections. So that's the specific learning for the public today of the holding of elections. And I hope that members of the media who repeatedly report that elections are due by a particular time would take note of the provisions. Of course, we know that the elections may be called at any time, she stated. The 2020 polls were held on September 3 of that year, with the governing Jamaica Labour Party claiming 49 seats to the PNP's People's National Party 14. Political observers are anticipating that the next general elections will likely be called in the summer, as both political parties are seemingly ramping up their campaign activities nationally.
So, quick question. Does Jamaica have a written constitution? If you don't have a written constitution, and we also operate...
Go ahead. I don't want to ask you. Go ahead.
His Majesty's government operates under an unwritten constitution. So the convention is there is a fixed term of parliament. Like you said, it's a 5-year term. The only time there will be an election before the 5-year term is if the government loses a no confidence vote. Then an election is called. But outside of that, that 5-year term has to run. And then on the 5th anniversary of the first sitting of that parliament, it will dissolve. And then there'll be an election called based on a week before that 5-year term hits.
The Jamaican Constitution, 1962, was drafted by a bipartisan joint committee of the Jamaican legislature, 1961 to 62, approved in the United Kingdom.
You're welcome.
Okay.
But we operate an unwritten constitution. So our constitutions are bills and conventions. So, and the convention says a 5-year fixed term, after which, okay, so there are 2 reasons why an election can be called before the 5 years. War, yeah, if the party loses its majority in the House, and the third being, obviously, if it loses a vote of no confidence, yeah.
And if you want the Constitution, folks, you can head on over to jis.gov.jm. The Jamaican Constitution 1962 was drafted by a bipartisan joint committee of the Jamaican legislature 1961-62, approved in the United Kingdom, and included as the second schedule of the Jamaica Constitution Order in Council 1962 under the West Indies Act 1962. It came into force with the Jamaica Independence Act 1962 of the UK Parliament, which gave Jamaica political independence. The foundation of the political landscape of Jamaica has been shaped by many Jamaicans, and in particular, our national heroes whose work provided the philosophical basis for an independent society. You see, when me get angry, me can't pronounce no words. When me get cross, me can't pronounce them. So thank you, other soldier.
So, I mean, did you see the British Convention there? We believe you guys have a philosophy and you should be allowed to govern yourself accordingly. You're welcome.
You know what Malahu just did? You know what she just did? And you can't tell me if I'm wrong, you know. Tell me if I'm wrong. She pretty much just told the Jamaican people the sitting party can do as they please. Now that me forget out what she just what me just read.
No.
No?
No.
Hold on now, other soldier. Let's go back.
Go on. Read her statement.
The Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs has dismissed the widely held notion that the general elections are constitutionally due by the September of this year. This is not constitutionally correct. She said what the Jamaican Constitution provides for is an outer life of the date of Parliament, and that is 5 years. And the life of the Parliament commences on the first sitting of the Parliament after general elections, not when the general elections are held.
Yeah.
She also said it is important for Jamaicans to understand that the life of the Parliament is not fixed, as the country does not have fixed election dates. So she pretty much say you can't do what you want to do.
No.
Yes, other Soji.
No, she's not saying that.
Well, me don't say no.
You're not. You're not. Misinterpretation, yes. Don't know. What she's saying is, when you hold an election, say you hold an election May of this year, right?
Mm-hmm. Carry on. I'm going to soon come back. Carry on.
Okay, so if you hold an election May of this year, what she's saying is the term of that parliament is not counted from May of this year. It's only counted from when that parliament sits. So if the election was then held, so if a campaign season starts in May, an election is held in June or July, and the parliament sits in August, the date of parliamentary sessions is counted from August, not from May. So she's correct. And so it is 5 years after that August that you can then even start contemplating about the lives or the tenure of said parliament. But she didn't do anything. She quoted what the Constitution said, and which she is right in so doing. I yield for now.
Yeah, there's still a timeline that they will have to work with. They can't go against the timeline.
Well, so the question would be, has the parliament been in session for more than 5 years since the first sitting?
No.
Aha, so she's well within her rights with regards to how she interpreted the Constitution there. If it's still within that 5 years, then that's fine. If it's outside of, then we might have a conversation.
Yeah, and so Canada is set up the same way too. You can have the election, because we have had election like a year before the date when the election should have been held. So it's pretty much the same thing like Jamaica.
So, I mean, to answer Moment's question, it's the woman is right. She is correct in her interpretation. So,
it's so ironic. Sorry.
No, go on. You said it was ironic. What is it?
Yeah, that our last election was held in the middle of COVID.
You don't get a discount for that, don't worry.
That don't count for nothing. Okay.
So I don't see the problem of calling the election anytime soon. So I don't think we should actually have to wait until in the summer or anytime. I think it should be sometime around next week.
That's wishful thinking. That is wishful thinking. There is also another way the election can be called, and usually it's the government in power that tends to use it. The opposition cannot force the government in power to do it. And it's if they want to pass a piece of legislation that they know the country favors, but if they were to go about it that way, what they will do is lose. So what they will have done is do like an opinion poll, gauge the mood of society, and then campaign based on that thing, and then call an election, which is effectively a snap election. They know anyone watching or observing that election cycle will know the reason why they called the election. So if the opposition party cannot react quickly to say, listen, this is, I mean, we've used the word a lot today. This is a electoral scam. This is the reason why they're doing this. If you don't have a charismatic person to push that agenda, then what would happen is the party in government will win. And once they win, the first thing they will do is that very legislation that they want to push is what they will push forward.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for holding it down for me. I appreciate that. Moving right along, we head on over to Trinidad and Tobago. According to loopnews.com, an intense police investigation has been launched following the discovery of several prohibited and unauthorized items at the maximum security prison on Wednesday. The Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service says the items were found during an orchestrated joint security operation. Acting Commissioner of Prisons, Carlos Corras, has expressed both concern regarding the presence of the dangerous items within the prison and a degree of gratification that continued collaboration with the police has unearthed the items. All prisons officers have been given the assurance that their safety on and off the job remains the main concern of the prison executive, as all efforts are aimed at achieving this important priority. Additionally, all stakeholders of the prison service and the wider public have been reassured that their safety and security are also its main objectives. The TNT Prison Service adds that all necessary investigations and operations continue apace to allow for its continued efforts to maintain a safe and secure environment. All this them regional prison, not the same secure, not the same police, they are prison guards, but them are trying to say they want to provide them with safety and security. Now them are make you get in there. All the things them reach inside. It's either they're the ones who are carrying the things in or allowing the things to get through. I don't know. I don't know. But just I say. Okay. Moving right along. According to loopnews.com, Prime Minister Stuart Young has assured senior citizens in Trinidad and Tobago that their pensions are safe, and his government will not implement policies to negatively impact their ability to access the benefit if he is re-elected following the April 28 general election. Why election year? Young made the promise last night while speaking at a People's National Movement meeting in San Fernando. He accused the opposition United National Congress of terrorizing seniors by claiming their pensions would be taken away. Ooh. Come on, UNC, you can't do that. People work hard for them to get a little pension, and it's not even much. The UNC has claimed in their election campaign that pensions would be taken away due to a now removed amendment to the Miscellaneous Provisions, Senior Citizens Pension and Public Assistance Bill of 2024, introduced in Parliament on December 9, 2024. The amendment proposed that people with savings exceeding $25,000 would be ineligible for an old age pension. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Is the goal to keep people impoverished or to put people into poverty? I thought pension, don't people pay into them pension as them when in them younger days when them did their work so that they would have access to it when them get older? I don't know. Unless it worked differently in Trinidad. I don't know. Next.
You wanna do in the US and you know look funny so you might just lose it right now. I don't that me ask. Me wrong. Correct me, man. No laugh.
No, me I laugh because to save myself from course, because right now that's a very sensitive topic here in the US. Very sensitive. Very sensitive. Also in Trinidad and Tobago, the TNT chamber sounds alarm over the U.S. tariffs. According to loopnews.com, the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce is warning that sweeping new U.S. trade measures threaten to disrupt the flow of goods, spike consumer prices, and undermine export competitiveness across the Caribbean. In a statement, the chamber said two proposed U.S. policy changes announced by the Trump administration have triggered concern. One, a baseline 10% import tariff on all goods entering the United States, and that will be effective April 5th, including from long-standing partners such as Trinidad and Tobago. Number two, a U.S. $1 million fee on any Chinese-built vessel docking at U.S. ports, posing major risks to regional shipping logistics. The United States accounts for 37% of TNT's exports and 39% of its imports. That's a trade deficit of 2%, no? Making the local economy highly vulnerable to U.S. trade ships. So the chamber said this is not business as usual. The implications span from our petrochemical, crude oil, LNG exports to the cost of food, machinery, and household goods. Early estimates suggest the vessel surcharge could raise regional freight costs by up to 60%, with consumer prices surging 15 to 20%. All I want to say is that they don't really care about the Caribbean. They don't. They don't care how it's going to affect the Caribbean, the citizens of the Caribbean region. They don't. I mean, sorry to say, Trinidad and Tobago, we're all rowing in the same boat at this point. We spoke about the fee, the $1 million fee, as it relates to the vessels built in China. And I think that was a deliberate move because them no fair fact say. Many of the ships, the cargo ships, are Chinese made. And them no said those ships move throughout the Caribbean region, moving the goods from the Caribbean to the US. Them know what them are do. So you're going to punish the Caribbean? Or we are trying to cripple our economies? Why should they indeed, Mr. President? Why should they? Them not care nothing. Again, go ahead, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, so I'm doing some research and I have a different thought process.
Yeah, man.
And I think what this Trump tariff, the 10% on the Caribbean, it kind of, because doing my research, I realized that what is going on is a level of hypocrisy with Caribbean leaders, because whenever we go to the Caribbean, you know, it's something that I've always wondered for years. Why is anything that you get, any American product in the supermarket in the Caribbean is almost double the price that you pay for it in the US? And I did not realize that the entire Caribbean region had tariff on goods coming in to the Caribbean from the US. So when I was looking into a document this morning, I thought that was unfair. If the American government allow 22 island nations to with the CBI program to send goods to America without paying any tariff for free, why is it that the Caribbean government they're imposing tariff on their own people? So like if you get anything, and most of the things now are coming from America, a lot of the stuff that we're eating in the Caribbean, why is it that the Caribbean government, I was looking into a Jamaican document and it said 40% of taxes that's collected in Jamaica is through the tariff from the tariff that from American goods that comes in, and that I don't think that is reasonable, because that is a tax. Because the consumption tax in Jamaica is what? How much percent again? About 18 or so? I don't remember. But with that additional 10%, the people in Jamaica are the ones that are getting taxed, and that, you know, kind of, I had a light bulb moment, and I'm like, that is why everything that you get in the States, when you see it in Jamaica, it is so expensive because of the tariff. So I believe that the Caribbean, they should have take off the 10 and 20% tariff that they have on American goods coming through the Caribbean, and it would be way more affordable for people that live in the region. So, you know, that's my take on it.
I am of the same opinion, right? We share similar views. I think they were just being money hungry, and now it has come to bite them in the butt. Because if there weren't any tariff on our part to begin with, then of course, you know, it wouldn't be able to retaliate. Now, when it comes down to solar, especially in Jamaica, it is taxed heavily to the point it makes no sense to even want to go solar. This is to deter you from doing so and stay to, of course, the Jamaican grid that, of course, is still heavily taxed. So there is no way out. And I want them to lift this tariff so the people can actually experience a different side of what others in other regions and of course other places such as Barbados that don't have to pay this hefty tax, right? And we can actually enjoy what we'll call a bit of freedom.
Yeah, and one of the point, I think Lisa Anna made the point, and we saw it happen in the last Trump administration where they applied tariff on certain goods from Canada and Mexico, and the farmers in America started struggling, and all of that money, I don't remember how much billions of dollars was collected. They had to give all of that money to the farmers. One of the things that Lisa Anna was saying is that the things that you collect tariff on, why not incentivize like the farmers in Jamaica so that they can farming, because we have lost about 50% of our farming capability since the 80s. And it just seems so ridiculous that we're heading into a modern era, but we're losing something that we were so good at in the 70s and in the 80s. Like most people growing up back then, rice and peas or rice was once or twice per week. You have to have some breadfruit, you have to have some yam, some banana, some pumpkin and stuff like that. You go to Jamaica now, you think you're in America. French fries, this, that, you show people some yellow yam now, them take it and stone you. You know, so I believe that if they were going to collect those tariffs, use it and support farmers and support industries to keep them growing. But where those money? Did they push it in their pocket or something? Because I'm going to do some research, because 40% of the entire revenue from taxes is coming in from tariff. That's a massive amount. Where is all that money?
Continue the conversation, gentlemen. I think Moments had to step away for a minute.
James, I have another view also. You're asking where the money goes, right? Look at these small Caribbean economies. I mean, a lot of us don't pay income tax. Like I think in Grenada is up to $60,000. You don't pay no taxes or stuff like that. Outside of the VAT, look at the social services that's available. In a lot of Caribbean countries, you get free primary health care, free schools, at least at the primary level and stuff like that. The hospitals may not be to the, to the best, but healthcare is subsidized to an extent. So there is a lot of things that the Caribbean governments do that do take money, but the places they can really generate money is limited. Hence the reason why sometimes the heavy taxes you pay at the ports of entry for goods and services. And I think that is a big thing. The point of redirecting some money into capacity building and so, that's very interesting, and that's a good spin on it. But I could understand why they would have put high tariffs on the stuff. So essentially, they would put a tax on the Caribbean people, without the Caribbean people really realizing the taxes is on them, and then they use that taxes to service the country. We also have imbalance of trade. We need all our loans and stuff has to be serviced. And we really don't have, for instance, when you build roads in the Caribbean, we don't really have toll roads. I think Jamaica have a 2 or so, but we don't have toll roads and stuff like that. How is the government paying back the loans for those things? For schools and hospitals and all the other stuff, social services. So I think that was a revenue, and though some governments may not necessarily want it to keep it there, their hands are sort of tied into how they generate revenue. And we do not put enough emphasis on building capacities, local capacities especially. So I could understand, not I'm condoning it, but I could understand why some of these high taxes has been there.
If that is the case, then we can also understand why, of course, Donald Trump would keep the tariff, right? And of course, a lot of persons say,
yes, I do understand it.
This man doesn't know what he's talking about. Tariff doesn't affect. It doesn't affect persons who are living outside of the country. It affects persons living in the country. Yes, it does. And we can agree on that. However, if I get you to buy more stuff, which of course, when I say you, is basically persons who are living in the US. If we can get them to buy American goods, then that mean less Caribbean goods. So it's a case where you want to lift the tariff, and if in doing so, then it's more product shipped into your country. So I don't think there's anything wrong with what he's doing, because there's no way you want to tariff me and I shouldn't be able to do it to you.
The only difference in that is that if he put the tariff and increased the import duties on the imports and stuff like that, America currently do not have the capacity to supply the goods that they're importing. And with the way he's going about implementing it, he has decimated the trust of investors and so on. So people would not want to invest in the current climate. So what he's doing is counterproductive. If he had put, for instance, a 10% across the board, people could have lived with that. You could have negotiated with your China supplier. Say, listen, there's a 10% tariff. I would take 5. You soak up 5 of it, so we won't get some more foreign exchange coming in and so on. And you could negotiate. But the way he's going about with this tariff has eroded the trust of investors, had eroded the trust of the people, would not get the end result he's hoping for. So it is destructive, not tariff, but the way he do it. And in some cases, you can't just slap a 25% on something that was tax-free before and stuff like that. It makes no sense. So that is why he wouldn't achieve what you're saying there.
Of course, it will hurt the economy, right? But it will have a major effect on the other country.
I mean, okay, so yeah,
So it's basically who can bear the pain the longest. Adesoji, speak louder.
yeah. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the point I was just wanted to make is, for the people in the Caribbean that have the mindset that tariffs should not be placed on the goods coming into the islands, you're losing sight of the fact that you're dealing with the GDP of the United States compared to Jamaica, compared to all of the Caribbean combined. You don't even register in the radar. So if you had no tariff in place, guess what would happen? You effectively won't be able to produce anything on said island. Everything will be imported because from where it is coming from, it's already subsidized in the United States. So having a subsidized product come to compete with your product in your economy, you won't have an economy. So that is why those tariffs are in place. And here is the kicker. The kicker is, it's not that it's unfair, because there's a reason we have the World Trade Organization in place. One of the key tenets of the World Trade Organization, to which everybody, including the United States, signed up to, was the fact that there will never be a tariff-based globalized system. So what this guy basically did was come up and tear everything up. He wasn't doing it because his economy was, was losing. It was purely political, because he said that was what he was going to do. And prior to him doing it, there was no basis for him doing it. None whatsoever. All the economists around him tells him that there is no reason for him. But the clapping seals around him think he is onto something that the rest of the world can't quite figure out. And guess what? It played out yesterday. People who have their 401k invested in Wall Street lost 2 trillion in a day.
Mm-hmm.
In a day.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking in 3 months. Usually, the accountants here will tell you the way you measure growth or inflation or recession is usually by quarter. In a day, this guy tanked people's 401k in a day. I mean, there is the fact that we're even discussing it is like trying to give sense to a very irrational thought. So, the Caribbeans are doing what is necessary. If you want to incentivize the the economy within your local space, you have to ensure that things coming out from the outside don't usurp it. Yeah. So I get what you're saying with regards to the solar things. Yes, if you want to encourage it, you can encourage companies to come into Jamaica, set up those solar farms or solar building technology firms to build those solar technology in Jamaica. So what would you do? You would get the materials. You will also get the learned manpower. Importing them is a substitute for disaster, because in the end, you would be subservient to the country that is producing them, so that when stuff like this happens, you won't even have a way to survive.
You know what?
Yeah, go on.
Jamaica, we don't have oil. Yeah. So each year we complain about how many oil and how much we pay for oil in order to have the energy that we require. Now, let me say this. Of course, the Asians are smart. They're trading amongst each other. What are we as Caribbean nationals doing? Or do we just tax each other just the same? Because, of course, we're just complaining, oh, the big bad wolf. But if we're not uniting, then what do we expect? We just roll over.
That roll over people.
That's the visual. That's the visual.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
Just a quick point.
Don't look at the visual, man.
Just a quick point on the whole Adosiji point is making. You have to also remember in the context of the Caribbean, one of the things they try to prevent also with the tariff is the predatory dumping, where a lot of inferior goods is come and dumped into our economy because it's easy to just bring it. All right. And then remember, those same inferior goods are subsidized, as he said, heavily by the American government. So, especially in areas where we produce this stuff locally, I encourage the tariff, right? But let's look at it again too. Let's look at the basis for the tariffs. When the current president made the deal, the current deal that he came back and made in office, in his first term with the Mexico and Canada, he said that was the greatest deal ever, was the best negotiated deal in the world. You remember, go back to 2016, right?
Yep.
Then he came back and made his greatest negotiated deal still in place. And he turned around and told people that Canada and Mexico is taking advantage of us. So either it was the greatest deal or he negotiated a deal where Canada and Mexico was laughing all the way to the bank because it was crappy. And they was taking advantage of him because he's the one that put it in place.
Yeah.
So hence the reason why I'm saying a lot of these things is not rational. I yield. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Mr. President. Yeah. You see the things that you just said, if that was happening, then it would have been okay. Jamaica is a dumping ground already. And Jamaica has been a dumping ground for over 20 years. Jamaica, chicken back in Jamaica is like I would say about 90% dumped from the US. Chicken foot, chicken liver, like all of those type of things. You're going to the market in Jamaica and you're seeing garlic from China. You're seeing onions from America. You're seeing even potatoes and stuff like coming in now. So my thing is that I'm not saying that the whole Donald Trump, because the CBI was an agreement that was made like over 40 years ago, and every president upheld it. So I'm not saying that he had a right to come and cut and to put this 10% and disrupt everything. All I'm saying is that the fact that the Jamaican government have been collecting tariff, and when the CBI was signed in 1983, Jamaica did not have a consumption tax yet, a GCT. I think Siaga was the one that put it in. I don't remember if it's 85 or somewhere around there. So the Jamaican people have been double taxed for decades. And it's not like they're using the tariff to offset like what Canada does, like America does, like help out the dairy farmer, help out, certain farming in Jamaica that's necessary for the economy to grow. They're not doing that. So where is that money going? That 40% is a huge figure of tariff that is going into whoever pocket. Where's that money going? So that is my problem with this tariff thing that they have been collecting for decades. And it's the Jamaican people, because all of the things, as I said, when you go to Jamaica now, and even the Jamaican things are not made in Jamaica anymore. The two biggest Jamaican company, Grace and Lasco, a lot of their things are not even made in Jamaica anymore. So securing Jamaican jobs and Jamaican manufacturing is not even a thing anymore, because most of the things is not even made there anymore. So where's that money going? That is my issue with it. The 10% and the 20% tariff, where is it going?
All right, we'll spend
It only
5
says
more minutes.
Jamaican.
Sorry, Popsicle. 5 more minutes on this one, and then we move on. Okay, go right ahead. Sorry, go right ahead.
It only says Jamaican product because, of course, when it comes to Jamaica, they just put on a label on it, and of course, it's now a Jamaican product. Most of those are already coming a tin. It's just a label. And on that label, you could actually see where it was made.
I understand the point, James, and it's a merited point. And I'm hoping that this shake-up here, would allow Caribbean governments to check themselves and go back to the federation idea, whether it's in principle or real, so that we can start to look towards ourselves some more. Yeah. Let's use that as an opportunity. There you go.
And that is a conversation we've had several times here in Coffee and Toe. We need to look intro, right? We for far too long, we have been going outside. And was it a couple weeks ago, we had the article where Trinidad will be sending their oil to Jamaica to be refined to the tune of some 90 million US per month, something like that. So if we can have more of that type of working together, collaboration, and everyone stands to benefit intra-regionally. It was 2 weeks ago. Thank you, Adesoji. I think by doing that, we are charting a new path and we are learning to become more interdependent, right, within the region versus going outside and thinking it's best to do everything with the outside versus in better. Outside should be just backup, to fill the gaps. One more comment, James, and then we move on.
But moments, even that deal, like it's good for Jamaica, but I'm not even celebrating that deal because that deal show me that they're not serious about regional growing together regionally. Because on the back half of that deal, what they were talking about, like that deal was like a grudgeful deal that was made because nobody in Trinidad was happy to send it to Jamaica. It was going somewhere else first. And it's because it would cost the government too much because of the foreign exchange crisis that they were going through for the last quarter. That's why they were forced to do it. So it's not like they do it because Caribbean regional. So yeah, they need to be serious about regional growth. If it don't make sense that they have CARICOM and not serious about it.
Exactly what I was saying about trading with each other. And of course, the Asians are way smarter, and now they're actually trading amongst each other. They're more united than ever. While we continue, and I'm going to repeat, talk about the big bad wolf and roll over.
So thank you, gentlemen. To go back to what I just mentioned, it is found in the Jamaica Observer, printed on printed back in February, actually, at Adesoji. Why we go through so many stories, see? All of them feel like yesterday. So Petrojam Limited, Jamaica's state-owned oil refiner, has resumed fuel exports to Trinidad and Tobago, securing a lucrative deal worth around US $90 million, which is 14 billion Jamaican, in 2025 as the Caribbean nation seeks to expand its energy exports. So I was wrong. It's not 90 million per month, which is what it should be, but it's 90 million, period. Under the agreement, Petrojam will supply nearly 1 million barrels of very low sulfur fuel oil, VLSFO, and high sulfur fuel to Trinidad and Tobago. What is the groundbreaking aspect of this is the volume, it's the frequency, and certainly the sort of revenue and foreign exchange income to the company and Jamaica. That is very groundbreaking in this particular case. Now, based on the agreement, Petrojam will ship between 60,000 and 90,000 barrels of fuel per month to the two island republic for the purposes of refueling ships in Trinidad and Tobago waters. The first shipment has already left Jamaica, and remember, this article is back in February. Petrojam's export deal with Trinidad and Tobago marks a significant milestone in Jamaica's push to expand its energy exports and boost foreign exchange earnings. That's according to Minister of Science, Energy and Telecommunications, Daryl Vaz. This is a moment all of us should be proud of, Vaz said in a statement. Once again, Jamaica has secured greater competitive advantage in the global economy by ideally positioning itself as a regional leader when it comes to non-traditional exports. All right. Well, I'm not impressed with that. Okay, all right. people them know.
No. A big fat no. And one of the other thing too, because of that deal, they were motivated to start back working on their plant, which is a good thing. But I believe that was the deal that forced them to say, we're going to open back the plant. So now they're working on opening back the plant. So I'm not convinced about the Caribbean unity and us working together.
Why on a rough, on is a rough crowd. All right, okay. Why? Let me tell you something. Governments across the Caribbean, no come a caffeine too. They will draw no, dragon no. Thank you. Thank you for the subscription and thank you for the gift second. Okay, folks. All right, for the subscription, we only need 2 more to meet today's goal. Just 2 more subscriptions for today's goal. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharon. Pick up on yourself. All right. I think that is it for the articles out of the Caribbean corner. Let me just make sure. Yes, that is it. We move on now to stories out of Latin America. According to apnews.com, Colombian authorities released former Medellin cartel boss Carlos Leder on Monday after a judge ruled that a drug trafficking sentence issued in Colombia against the 75-year-old had expired. Leder was arrested Friday night shortly after he landed in Bogota's airport, with immigration officials saying he was still wanted in the South American country on illicit trafficking charges and weapons smuggling. He became the first Colombian illicit trafficker extradited to the United States after he was arrested during a party at his ranch. The former trafficker was extradited to the U.S. in 1987, where he served more than 30 years in prison. In 2020, he was released after serving 2/3 of his U.S. sentence, was deported to Germany, where he is also a citizen. He has not returned to Colombia since his extradition to the United States. That's according to his lawyer, who said he was attempting to visit relatives when he arrived on Friday. He is also recovering from cancer and has high blood pressure problems.
He's alive.
So that
Right?
So that again, Pascal.
I said he's alive.
He's alive.
Yeah.
So we've got a narco brother with with a PR team behind him. He's got cancer, and
Mexico! Viva la Mexico! Mexico's security chief quietly forms an elite force to take on the cartels. This article courtesy of apnews.com. 6 years ago, Mexico's president disbanded the country's disbanded the country's federal police and handed security responsibilities fully to the military. Now, his successor has quietly begun to build an elite civilian investigative and special operations force to fight the cartels. President Claudia Sheinbaum has already shown a willingness early in her presidency to move away from former President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador's oft criticized hugs, not bullets strategy. It focused on addressing the social roots of crime rather than directly confronting Mexico's powerful cartels. Sheinbaum's security chief is drawing on his law enforcement contacts, mostly from the former ranks of the federal police, to claw back security capabilities from the armed force, or forces rather, with a civilian force under his direct command. The government has yet to formally announce the new National Operations Unit, known by its Spanish initials UNO, but its existence is an open secret among former members of the federal police, where Garcia Harfuch started his career. 3 Mexican officials, all of whom requested anonymity to speak about the still unannounced force, confirmed its existence into the Associated Press. All right. That's it for stories out of Latin America. On the international scene, tell me this ain't so, Adasoji.
It's not so.
According to apnews.com, the draft of a letter from Somali President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to US President Donald Trump offering exclusive access to air bases and seaports has reignited tensions between Somalia's government and the breakaway region of Somaliland. In the letter, Somalia offers exclusive operational control over the Berbera and Baledogle air bases and the ports of Berbera and Bososa to bolster American engagement in the region. The US for years has helped Somali forces with airstrikes and other support against the Al Shabaab extremist group and an affiliate of the Islamic State. The letter, dated March 16 and leaked on social media last week, speaks of ensuring uninterrupted military and logistical access while preventing external competitors from establishing a presence in this critical corridor. I saw now move over there, that's okay. That's a go on with your people them with your neighbors over there.
Okay, so this is a response to the Somaliland, which considered itself a breakaway from the Somalia, and was offering a seaport to Ethiopia. Ethiopia is currently landlocked because its only access to the sea was Eritrea, and that is gone now. And so Ethiopia was willing to offer recognition because the country is not recognized as official. So Ethiopia was willing to recognize Somaliland, as long as they get access to that base. So what these people are now doing is pulling the Americans in so that the Americans can deter the Ethiopians and also Somaliland. But here's the downside. For years, bearing in mind, we have to also say where it is. So Somaliland looks at Yemen, Saudi Arabia on the other side. And in between them is the Red Sea. So the Red Sea that leads up to the Suez Canal, right? So, and everybody knows the Suez Canal is one of the most busiest trading routes before the Panama Canal, actually. So the downside of that is because of the military operations on the other side, you have military ships permanently packed in that Red Sea. And guess what? Most of those ships have people on board, machinery, and they generate waste. Guess where the waste is going? Into the sea. When that happens, the people who live on the coastline, who live off fishing, have to go further out into the sea. Do you see how this goes? So when these guys write all their love letters to each other, and they don't see the people in between, then you clearly know that these people don't have the best wishes, the best intention for their country or their people already. So I yield.
Thank you, Adasoji. Thank you. Which other country was it we read last week that was opening up and rolling out the red carpet, giving them the jewels, all the jewels last week?
It was Congo. It was Congo.
Okay.
The Congo.
I guess they did not get the memo from what's her name. Remember when we played the video when we're getting all our violations? The video from that could be found on Al Jazeera with what's her name? Oh my gosh. I was surrounding the whole conversation about USAID. The video came up when
Dr. Shiva.
Yes. They're not listening to her. They're not listening to Ibrahim Traore, no?
I mean, again, like you said, even in reference to the Congo problem, is most of these people don't study their own history. And because they don't, they're going to continue to make the same mistakes over and over again, to the detriment, again, I emphasize, of their people. Because half of the times these guys will be okay. They will get asylum in one foreign country and they will escape, but their people will be peppered on the ground. For years, the US has used its base in Agadez, its drone base in Agadez, to pound that side of Somalia. So now offering that side of Somalia as well now to the United States to come and build a base. And you know the thing about rats is that once they get in, they never leave. Sorry, I have to use that description, but that's the best way I can, describe what we're looking at.
So just to remind everybody of something, take a listen to this.
These imperialist forces, it's simple. We denounce the agreements. Everything starts from there. I think the example of Chad in any case is tangible. They started by denouncing the agreements. Otherwise, if we don't denounce the agreements, just saying that the bases leave, we haven't done anything. Because the problem lies in the colonial agreements, the defenses that have been signed since independence. The most dangerous is not the one you see in the bases. The most dangerous are the military advisors. Military advisors exist in all these countries. They existed in Burkina as well until the end of 2022, until we took responsibility. And who are these military advisors? They are the ones who are supposed to implement France's policy here. They must work to make our armies very weak so that France can always have the argument to exist here. Under their influence, they had succeeded. Our sentinels were therefore standing guard with sticks. That's what France wants from our armies. When we reach this stage, we have no choice but to want them to come and settle. But the Burkinabe army managed to get rid of the military advisors. Unfortunately, I think that in 2019, after Operation Otapono, where the French saw that the Burkinabe army still had the capacity to respond to terrorists, they called the chiefs of staff in France. They instructed him to reintegrate the military advisors throughout the structure. Well, they did not agree. But upon returning to the country, the politicians instructed him to accept the military advisors. And that's when the military advisors returned to the Burkinabe army in 2019. With all the consequences we know, the army was on the verge of disappearing in the years 2020, 2021. And indeed, this is the time when many soldiers had to desert because there was no longer any hope. We were in the process of collapsing. That's a bit how they work at the General Staff headquarters. In all army headquarters, in the schools, they are the ones who are supposed to dictate the policy of our army. They are the ones who tell us when to recruit, how to recruit, and what to do with them. They are in the schools to tell us how to train them, and so on. As long as these military advisors are there, you are not independent. Your army will just have the appearance of an army that is there to perform parades, a circus. But when war comes, you will realize that a parade is one thing, but war is another thing. You have to break the agreements. It's the only way to have an independent army and build strength. But many people do not understand this, perhaps. And even with these agreements, France selects from our states officer cadets to go and train them. It's through these same agreements. But in reality, these officers who go to train, for the most part for France, they come to serve the French state in their country. They do not come to serve our countries. They train them so that they come to serve the interests of the French state. I can provide evidence of this. When we revolted, many officers in Burkina who were trained in France were immediately contacted to tell them that it was time to take action because you were trained for this, to serve France's interests. Most of these officers reported back to us. We took note and we continued to monitor. When an officer trained in France returns to his country and unfortunately dies, either by accident or on the battlefield. In France, there is a night of tribute to the fallen in the army, as there is everywhere else. During the night of tribute to the fallen, the name of the officer in question is mentioned, and it is said, died for France. they do not train him to serve his country. They train him to serve their state. And in many African states, there are plenty of such officers. If you want to break with the
Do we need Ibrahim to be the leader of the entire continent of Africa?
You might need a couple of him in the Caribbean as well, maybe in Jamaica. Oops, did I say that out loud? Oh, my mic
You never
was
have to
off.
throw a stone in a Kaili hat still, you know. And that was a big ass rock stone you're playing for me. That was a big ass stone. I felt that one. But you're not lying.
No, because if you, I mean, just like the brother said earlier, if the prime minister of Jamaica does not have the phone call of the prime minister in Trinidad and Tobago, what is he part of?
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, moving right along. Elite draft. Gaza faces largest orphan crisis in modern history. This is according to a report, and this article can be found on aljazeera.com. Tens of thousands of Palestinian children have lost their parents since the start of Israel's war on the besieged Gaza Strip. The Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics has made the statement. In a statement on Thursday, the eve of Palestinian Children's Day, the agency said 39,384 children in Gaza have lost one or both parents after 534 days of Israel's assault, which has ravaged the tiny enclave and displaced most of its 2.3 million strong population. The Bureau said among them there are about 17,000 children who have been deprived of both parents since October 2023, when Israel launched its genocidal offensive. These children are living in tragic conditions, with many forced to take refuge in torn tents or destroyed homes. In a near total absence of social care and psychological support, the Gaza Strip is suffering from the largest orphan crisis in modern history. According to the statement, at least 17,954 children have been unalived in Israeli attacks in Gaza, including newborn babies and infants. But that is it. That is it. That is it.
I could show compassion for them, but the United States will say I'm attacking their humanity. So
You know, Adesoji, you know what I worry about? Not today, not tomorrow. 18 years down, 10 to 18 years down the road.
well, there's an old African saying which is if you do not show if you do not show a child love today, he will burn down the village to feel that warmth tomorrow. So
that's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you. Damn, you gotta be so careful with what you say. But yeah. Gotta be so careful with what you say and how you put it. I want to say thank you to the new followers.
How come all these immigrants got to come to our country and mess things up? Why don't they go back to where they come from and make their country great? Look it up. Look up whatever country these people are coming from. And then in the search bar, add U.S. intervention and sanctions in blank. U.S. intervention in Haiti. U.S. intervention in Guatemala, in El Salvador, in Cuba, in Venezuela. Any country that you see people coming from, just ask yourself, what role did our country play in destabilizing theirs? Whenever I hear people say things like, how come all these immigrants?
Iran has threatened the US with a firm and immediate response if Donald Trump bombs the Islamic State over the breakdown of nuclear deal talks. The Iranian Foreign Ministry said it sent the warning after Trump vowed to bomb Iran like never before if the regime didn't strike up a new nuclear deal. The warning was in a note handed to a Swiss diplomat by an Iranian spokesperson who condemned and dismissed Trump's statements on the nuclear deal. According to Iranian officials, the note made clear they would respond decisively to any threat from the US. It has almost been a month since President Trump slapped Iran with a 2-month deadline for Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, to engage in negotiations. Trump had warned of devastating consequences if Iran chose to ignore this and advance its nuclear program. But Iran rejected the US proposal to engage in direct talks with the US over the weekend anyway. Trump then responded by ripping into the regime and threatening to strike Iran. Iran's supreme leader then responded to Trump's threat, saying the US would receive a strong blow if they decided to act.
They threatened to attack us, which we don't think is very probable. But if they commit any mischief, they will surely receive a strong reciprocal blow. If they are thinking of causing sedition inside the country as in past years, the Iranian people themselves will deal with them.
As Khamenei delivered these remarks, the crowd erupted into chants of "Death to America." The war of words came as the US amassed at least 5 B-2 strategic bombers on the British island of Diego Garcia, all aimed at Iran. Iran is over 2,300 miles from where the bombers are stationed, but the B-2s have a massive 6,900-mile range. Meanwhile, reports have emerged that Tehran is preparing for a potential US strike. Iran has threatened.
Is this what we really want?
Did you notice she said the B-52 bombers were in Diego Garcia? But what she failed to explain was the same B-52 flew from there to bomb Iraq during the first and the second Gulf War. So I don't know what you see. Again, you create this narrative around the fact that certain things are the first time. They're not the first time. For people who monitor these things, this is, keep beating the drums. Yeah, keep beating the drums. Maybe you're going to force. I mean, you've already tanked the economy of your country. So what's destroying another country going to do? I yield.
What's destroying the world going to do? France has said it's FAFO season.
We have some big news right now. French President Emmanuel Macron is now urging companies in France to pause all investments with the United States of America, to no longer invest in U.S. companies, U.S. manufacturing, in response to Donald Trump's tariffs. Macron said, quote, "We must have collective solidarity right now in a moment where Donald Trump is tariffing the European Union, which includes France, at a 20% rate. France is actually urging the European Union to respond even stronger than it already has in retaliation." And before I continue, TikTok will be banned in 2 days, so please follow me on my other social platforms, Instagram, Substack, and YouTube. It's all linked in my bio. French President Emmanuel Macron went on to say that if Europeans work together in their response to Trump, quote, they will succeed in dismantling United States tariffs. The international community is banding together against one country, the United States of America. The United States is actively isolating itself from the rest of the international community and the world order, and I'll continue providing you updates, so follow along.
Well, we did say we don't need anybody, right? Is that what we said?
Yeah, that's what you said. And the world is granting your wish.
Literally.
Good luck to you on the other side. I'm so sorry. Oh, boo-boo.
That is not what we said. That is what he said.
But he's our representative. He represents us all. He said this is what the American people want.
I did not vote for him, so he's not representing me.
Indirectly.
Well, true. Indirectly, he did say it's the people's mandate. That's what he called it.
Yeah.
Sorry, boo-boo.
Yeah, I mean,
But it's only the people that voted for him.
come on, Jack, get on board. What's wrong with you? Stop having a temper tantrum over there. Get on board with us. It's what the people wanted. Well, the 70-something million that voted for him. Tell us who didn't vote for him. What's next?
Well, that many.
No, seriously, how is it going for all of you? Because if we need to know, if how to survive this. Every freaking thing is going to go up in this country. People's paychecks are stagnant.
Everything is going to go up. Everything. Certain things are going to stay where they are. In fact, just stop.
Stories out of North America. And by the way, it is 12 minutes before the top of the hour. I want to say thank you so much to everyone so far with us on YouTube and right here on TikTok. Thank you for all the subscriptions. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for tapping up the screen. Appreciate you all. Thank you for the new followers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, the nonstop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com. Want to say thank you so much. At the top of the hour, we will be ending the internet radio live stream. We do remind you to join us on either YouTube or on TikTok for the remainder of the program, because we do have quite a few more stories to go through. All right. NYC Mayor Eric Adams, your boy, Mr. President. Lord have mercy, when I grow up, I want to be like him. Will skip the Democratic primary and run for re-election as an independent. Yeah. So, according to APnews.com, New York City Mayor Eric Adams withdrew from the city's Democratic primary on Thursday and said he would instead run for election as an independent. Do we think he's just going to sink his He's just going to go ahead and sink his career right there? Okay. Adams said he will not run in the Democratic primary in June because his recently dismissed criminal case dragged on too long while the false accusations were held over me, preventing him from campaigning. The decision came after intense speculation over whether Adams would remain in the Democratic primary, which has attracted several serious opponents, including former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo.
No point. He could not get no Democratic nomination. He know that. And he would not win anything. He would not come close to winning anything. The whole idea was to get pardon from a certain person. He will come and campaign and pander to that person until he die a natural death on election day. He knows that. And that was the whole plan. As soon as the presidency changed, he run and curtsy and kiss the ring and get his criminal charges dropped. Make sure it is sealed, that it cannot be reopened and used against him. So he have achieved his goal. He already knew and knows that New Yorkers would never vote him back in. So that's not even of any consequence. But as opposed to just leaving, he will go and run as an independent. He will get a few votes here or there. Maybe he might get some Republican votes, who knows, as an independent, but he can't win. The next person in charge will be Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo will be the next person. He will be back. I could guarantee you that.
Okay.
And life would go on. But Eric did what he had to do for himself.
For himself.
He did. I can't blame him. He did what he had to do. But that's where it stops. I leave.
All right. right. Yeah, I think this is the end of his political career. Quite frankly, I hope it was good to him. It's time to go retire, put your feet up, and now you can fly to Turkey without hindrance, without any scrutiny.
So, but let's understand one thing. So, you effectively you'll be replacing one criminal with another nefarious character. Child.
Well, come on. Remember, in this country, we pick the lesser of two evils.
That swamp is thick.
Well, if you train your hook in the swamp, you're gonna catch an alligator, you know. Alligators out there, you know.
Welcome to Florida.
Especially in the New York subway tunnels.
Have you seen any of our alligators walking around up there? I've been missing a couple. Last time I checked my alligator farm, a couple are missing.
No. Our resident rats would not accept such intrusion. The audacity. No.
We ride alligators down here.
That's right. The rats run that domain.
That would be a fight to see.
Yeah, we keep alligators for our pets. We love them down here in Florida. You're on your best behavior.
the rat park in New York will not allow that to ride. Where do you think you'll come?
Go ahead and squeeze in one more for our on-air listeners. According to APnews.com, a judge in Boston is holding a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent in contempt after he detained a suspect while the man was on trial. ICE agent Brian Sullivan detained Wilson Martel LeBron last week as he was leaving court. But a Boston Municipal Court judge issued a ruling on Monday against Sullivan, arguing that he had deprived Martel LeBron of his rights to due process and a fair trial by taking him into custody. It's a case of violating a defendant's right to present at trial and confront witnesses against him. Judge Mark Somerville made the statement from the bench, also adding it couldn't be more serious. Somerville dismissed the charge against Martel LeBron of making false statements on his driver's license application, namely that he wasn't Martel LeBron. After that, Somerville filed the contempt charge against Sullivan, which could lead Suffolk County District Attorney Kevin Hayden review the case to determine if any charges should be filed. But who listens to judges anyway? Who listens to judges anyway? Anybody?
I'll just report him to Daddy Trump.
There we go. All right, moving right along. Air traffic controllers to get more support after a fight and a latest near miss at Washington Airport. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah. All right, stop it, Adesoji. Stop it. Behave yourself. Don't let me put you in timeout, please.
Will deploy a critical incident stress management team to Reagan National Airport outside Washington, D.C. The group will support air traffic controllers with regular wellness checks. The move comes after a series of alarming incidents, including January's mid-air collision that killed 67 passengers. There was also another close call last week.
Not all can close be. Call is what you call it.
I also heard that there was a fight in the tower.
Yeah, that's what we just said. Yeah. Air traffic controllers. It's getting pretty interesting. Listen, where's my popcorn? I need some popcorn. Interesting times we're living in. What can I say?
See the reasons why I can't even do it. I'm sorry.
And we were looking forward to having you join us for Atlanta Carnival.
Yeah. I was looking forward to it, but sorry.
Essentially, I was looking forward.
I was so looking forward to having you and hosting you over here for Atlanta Carnival.
You're gonna make me cry.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Adesoji. You still can come. Just leave your phone behind you.
Yes.
The worst they can do is deport him back to Guatemala.
Whoa. Whoa. No comprende.
Forward to dancing that one. And that's what you say. Now come on the US of A. Check in 2028. You'll come over.
Yes, as soon as this madness blows over.
All right, internet radio, this is where we come to the end of the road. Again, I invite you to join us on YouTube or on TikTok. If not, see you Monday. Take care. Lord have mercy.
You see, I didn't even vote for the man, and he blocking. I didn't know if I could. He rooster blocking.
Sorry, people. I'm so sorry. We have no behavior over here on Coffee Into World News on the Go. Yeah, that's why I want to make the man come there and tell us, come ruffle our feathers in them because we don't have no behavior. We're disconnected from the seriousness of what's going on around the world. We're laughing at the thing.
The man was counting his money and suddenly found it was 49,000 short.
43,000. Me can't laugh because me not have $43,000 for lose, so me can't laugh.
I mean, the nerve of people that will just come in a show, don't even know what the show is about, and then complain that what we have to do with his 43K. Like, seriously though.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. I said close them doors. I said
wait a minute, can y'all hear me?
Them ushers, close the doors.
So the question, if he lost $43,000,
43.
Go ahead, Russell.
Lost $43,000. Would you be on TikTok? I said,
All
would you
fairness
be
and in all
if you
defense to the
if you
gentleman, having lose $43,000 in one swoop, one becomes very erratic. My thoughts and prayers go off. Can we close the doors and have a collection, please?
I said, close them doors.
Can the church give me an amen?
Amen.
Amen in the back.
But why
I ain't giving no amen. I ain't giving no amen.
why you have 43 grand on the stock market one time? Agreed that you know. That's greed.
No.
If you're an investor, that's
no,
Millions.
no.
Some people have millions in the stock market. Carry on, folks. Carry on. I'm looking for the close the doors because we need to close the doors.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true, Julie. Yeah. Brother needed to vent. So he couldn't possibly understand why. There will be some people in the world that would not even bat an eyelid.
All right, so we're going to help that man raise his $43,000.
They understand the cost that is involved. There's 1,000 of you. I said, close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors.
Where is Ruth? What's time we need him?
Yeah, close. I said, yeah, Sister Mabel, close the doors. You mean these doors? Yeah, close the doors. There are 1,000 of you. I've already done a mental calculation. Close those doors.
No, sir. Hey, we're not wicked enough.
Macron is now urging companies in France.
Hold on there. Sorry, Era, not you. Geely put in the chat. Geely, you're wrong for that. Geely says he should probably go find a celebrity and impregnate her.
He would then lose more than 43,000.
No, he will get it because if she's a celebrity and he's not, remember, she gonna have to pay him the chat. You see why listen. Geely said DM for more financial advice. Oh no, they don't have no behavior. No behavior whatsoever. Ona need some I did say I was gonna start looking for some new friends because these friends here, I'm sorry, a call was just coming in. These friends here are not good for me at all.
What if the new pregnant person just happens to be a woman with status? You know, the one that can fly their legs up like, what's it called? Like a Lamborghini door. And that's it.
It gets worse. No, sir. Can somebody look up a therapist? We all need therapy. We all need to go to therapy. And what we're going for, I don't know. But we need therapy. Oh, jeez. All right, let's keep it moving. I don't need to behave on ourselves. It's news. We're doing it now. News. That's why the people them coming here, so we're not serious. There are grave situations going on around the world, and we are over here kickling and cackling like some sense foul.
Again, I say I did not vote for him.
Cuckoo.
Oh, Jesus. Splinters. Splinters. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. This is really Whatless Friday round 2. No? We're trying to do the news. I'm trying to be serious about the news. And these people are the news. I need you all to behave yourselves. Thank you.
That was a good break. I needed some. I've been sitting for a minute, so I needed some.
Yeah. So it so happens, Jad, that I have emails coming in from my suppliers because, yes, I do print T-shirts. So I'm getting emails from my suppliers, and I'm not even opening the emails because the headline is the new tariffs. I'm not even going to open the emails because I know what's coming. There's a price increase. I'm not even going to. We get about 5 emails already. Oh boy, I'm telling you.
But he said, we're going to have a little, the waters are going to be rough for a little while, but it's going to get better.
All right. It's going to get better. So, yes, here is how it's going to get better. Our education department warns schools eliminate the DEI programs or lose funding, courtesy of NPR.
Today, the U.S. Education Department sent a letter warning schools get rid of DEI programs or lose federal funds that help low-income students. It's the administration's latest move to make public schools comply with President Trump's interpretation of civil rights laws. NPR education reporter Janaki Mehta has been following this. Hey, Janaki.
Hi, Ari.
So this letter from the Ed Department went to state leaders across the country. What did it say?
So part of what the letter said was, quote, the use of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs to take advantage one's race over another is impermissible. And what's at stake here is known as Title I funding. It's money aimed at low-income students and is one of the biggest grants the Ed Department oversees. In the current fiscal year, the federal government set aside $18 billion for Title I money, and that serves nearly 90% of school districts around the country.
And what do states have to do to comply with this new directive?
Yeah, so the memo today included a certification letter that state and local leaders have to sign and get back to the Ed Department within 10 days to prove they're complying with civil rights law in a way that the department seems to be defining them. If they don't, Title I funding could be at risk.
And how is the Education Department defining those civil rights laws?
Yeah, they haven't provided a clear definition, but the department's acting assistant secretary of civil rights, Craig Traynor, said in a statement today that they have seen many schools violate civil rights law, quote, including by using DEI programs to discriminate against one group of Americans to favor another based on identity characteristics. And in recent weeks, the administration released a document that helped to clarify what it means by DEI. Like one example they said was schools can observe historic events like Black History Month, but only so long as they don't exclude any students. So, if an event was limited just to Black students, that would be considered a violation by this administration. And one thing I'll point out is the whole idea behind certain federal grants like Title I and those for students with disabilities is they're actually supposed to be targeted at specific groups of students. Like a lot of disability advocates have expressed concerns that special ed programs could get tied up in what the administration defines as DEI.
What are school leaders saying about this?
Yeah, the letter was issued this morning, so state and local leaders are still digesting the news, including Peter Livingston, who I spoke to. He's a superintendent of Lucerne Valley Unified in California's high desert. It's a rural district that serves a student population that's considered 90% economically disadvantaged.
That's a big part of our budget that we use to serve our kids, so it's needed. If the regulations are in place that we have to follow, that's what we'd be doing in order to ensure that we have the money to serve our students.
Livingston said his district uses Title I for things like hiring staff and academic programs that he says help level the playing field for students regardless of their family's income. Now, federal grants do have some strings attached, but largely it's up to districts to decide how to use the money to meet the needs of their students. And Livingston is actually hopeful that even less of a role from the federal government will mean more control for districts like his.
If it's done strategically at the federal level, I think would free up more federal money that could come directly to districts.
And other school leaders we've spoken to have expressed concerns about the administration threatening to cut federal funding. And recently, the American Federation of Teachers and other education groups sued to block the Ed Department from enforcing some other recent related civil rights guidance.
How does this letter fit in with other actions the administration has taken affecting school funding?
Yeah, so this letter is just about Title I funds, but overall, the federal government provides about 10% of the money that goes to schools, and the rest comes from state and local governments. But in the case of rural schools and low-income schools, they really rely more heavily on federal money. Also, this letter is not the first one aimed at cutting school funding. Just a few days ago, the Ed Department sent a notice to state leaders saying they were no longer going to reimburse states for COVID relief money that they were still spending or had recently spent. And that sent state leaders scrambling because many are still expecting to be paid back by the feds.
NPR education reporter Janaki Mehta, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ari.
So, go ahead, Amy.
Moment.
Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
This is the most ridiculous story that I think I've heard in the past couple of days. So,
preach.
I've been a PTA mom. I've been a college student. I've been a volunteer in so many different activities of a regular school, a dual language school, college, which I've attended. There has never been anything that we celebrated on any of these campuses that had a sign that said Black only, white only, Asian only, whatever. My daughter danced. My daughter just danced during the Chinese festival here in Houston. You don't see, you can't come to the park because you're not Chinese or you're not Asian or you're not Mexican. And for them to suggest that schools are doing this is ridiculous. Even when you have your Asian society, you have your Jewish society, you have your Black society. Never once was there a sign up on the door and said you couldn't come in. Even if it had to do with just a man with a man group or a woman with a women group, everybody was invited. So for them to even speak such ridiculousness is disrespectful to human beings. And I'm glad I'm off the air because I'm glad you're not even seeing my face. Oh my God. I've worked in school. I've volunteered in schools, even in the areas that need this support. And to suggest that is it's disheartening. And I was going to curse. Let me just be quiet.
Hold it like a G.
Let me just be quiet. As much as I give of myself, see, this is what pisses me off sometimes, okay? Because people don't understand the duality that minorities have to live in. For you to just come out and just think that we want something from you, we taking something from you, we just want to live. We just want we just want to be afforded the same opportunity. It's ridiculous. I actually have tears in my eyes right now because y'all know I give myself a lot to people. And I'm everywhere. I'm with unhoused people. I volunteer with I volunteer with people that have money. So make America great. I have a sign in my door when you first walk into my house, and it says colored waiting room. Okay, that was a reminder for me of how separate this world was. Okay, and so many people have come into my home and saw that sign. All hues have come in my home and saw that sign. And I said, it's no disrespect to you. It is a reminder to me of where this world used to be. And to sit here and to say I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Thank you, Ja. So, if you're just joining us, we're talking about the education department warning schools that they need to eliminate DEI programs or lose funding. We played a clip on we played a clip on
NPR.
From NPR. Thank you so much, Adesoji. And I wrote down the very thing that Ja highlighted, the Black History Month, because as far as I know, when Black History Month celebrations or when it's recognized in schools, I have never seen alienation taking place. I have always seen inclusion. I've always seen inclusion. Why is there inclusion? Because many of us, many children in schools are from diverse families, have diverse ethnicities running through their veins. I have never seen, you know what, Ja, I'm with you.
Can I?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so can I just add something? Okay, so when that NPR report started, right, it said the Department of Education has warned that all the AI stuff be stopped in schools, lest they lose. What did they say they were going to lose?
Let me go to the transcript.
Title
One funding.
Funding
Yeah.
from, okay, and the gentleman that came on said, how many people use that Title I funding?
It's did he give, hold on.
He gave a percentage.
He said 90.
90%.
90%
of US school districts benefit.
Okay, so 90% of school US districts benefits, right? You see, when you have idiots as leaders, the very existence of that program highlights the name that you're screaming about, the diversity, equity, and inclusion. So what you're effectively saying is 90% who come from low income students. Why is it that they're low income in a society that claims everybody has equal opportunity? So clearly the system is broken. So why is it that 10% don't access those funds? So you're effectively saying you have a society of 90% poor people and 10% well off. So that 90% now are doing what? They're accessing the very thing that you want to destroy the sign for. So the sign says diversity, equity, and inclusion. Whereas in practice, you're actually funding the same thing. See, well, somebody said when you have donkeys for leaders, the only sign they hear is the ee-haw, ee-haw. That's all. And that is the only thing this, for want of a better word, buffoons are talking about. You have a system in place that is funding something that is supposed to make a level playing field. But yes, you want to rip up the band-aid that says this is what exists. Make it make sense. I yield.
Thank you for the follow, Kabang. Make it make sense is absolutely correct. This is just madness. Each day they are portraying this nation more and more as a nation filled with racists, fueled by racism and hatred. And that's why we're pedaling backwards. And that is why countries like China, by the time we wake up in 2028, China would have advanced 25 years. We're focused on the wrong thing. And Anyway, White House fires National Security Agency. You saw this one? You're laughing at us, Adesoji? You're laughing yet?
What did he do? He dropped the pen?
I don't
Did he
like
drop
that,
the,
Adesoji.
he dropped the
You
presidential
know, you
pen?
sit over there on your throne of privilege because you're sheltered by His Majesty King Charles. Long live the king, and may he forever reign over us. According
No, go on.
According to the BBC, the Trump administration has fired the head of both the National Security Agency and U.S. Cyber Command, the BBC's U.S. partner CBS has reported. The removal of General Timothy Hough Hough, however you pronounce his last name, comes amid what appears to be a wider purge of top security officials at the agency and at the White House. Democrats have said they are deeply disturbed by the move and say it jeopardizes national security.
The National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, just got on Marine One with President Trump, but both of them declined to answer shouted questions about the several National Security Council staffers who were abruptly ousted from their jobs after an Oval Office meeting that President Trump had with the far-right activist Laura Loomer. Yes, she's the person who before has said things like 9/11 was an inside job and other conspiracies that she spread. She's even been denounced by several Republican allies of this White House. But she had a one-on-one Oval Office meeting with President Trump yesterday. We're told that Mike Waltz was in the room for part of that, where she brought the president a list of several people who work in this administration that she argued should be fired because they were not loyal to the president's agenda. Now, we are told by sources that Mike Waltz stood up for his staff in that meeting, but given the fallout from the Signalgate controversy, he has very little standing to try to really protect their jobs. And clearly, Loomer's message got through to the president. The question remains, how many more could be fired?
Sorry. Oh, my mic was off. Sorry.
Yes, your mic was off.
Snake start eat its tail.
Because it's going to happen, Alexia. It's going to happen. They're not loyalists. That's the reason. They're not loyalists. Not because they're not doing their job properly. Not because there was a significant blunder, but because they weren't loyalists. But yet we had Signalgate going awry. Yet we have Russian email addresses. Yet we have Gmail email addresses used for sensitive information. But as long as you're a loyalist, you can keep your job. You're good.
Excuse me. You notice Mike Waltz. She said Mike Waltz stood up for his men. The same Mike Waltz that was the one who did the Signalgate.
Was in the group, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So how is he going to stand up, knowing fully well his head too might be on the chopping block? And the fact that you can get someone like that, a Lulu, so close to your president, knowing fully well the last thing that guy acts on is whoever is in the room. Oh, man, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I mean, seriously, there is no other way of just saying.
Folks, we just need 2 more subscribers. Just 2 more subscriptions. Just 2 more subscriptions to hit our goal for subscribers for today. Just 2 more. Please and thank you. If you'd be so kind as to hit the whatever it is, Mr. President, say it is on your screens. I don't know. At the bottom, I guess, somewhere. You know, every day Adesoji would say, can it get any worse? Can it? Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the follows. Can it get any worse? I don't think so. But it does. Yes, niece, I'm seeing yours.
Boys, I'm so tired speaking. You know, the entire news cycle, we've been doing this for how long now?
And the entire news cycle is about one individual or set of individuals. Whether we are doing the Caribbean news, we are doing it Asians, we are doing it international. Every news cycle, South and Central America, you notice every news cycle is the same topic.
He likes to be talked about. What's wrong
No,
with you?
no wonder why we can't do the news to the end of the show. It's depressing.
The music, that's why we have to bust our wine. That's why we have to do these little things. Get on with the careless, foolish self, right? That is why we have to stray away from the reality every now and again.
You know, you said something earlier, and I think you might be onto something. When you said he clearly doesn't read, and the stuff is brought to him and he just signs it. I think he does. But I think there's a way around to getting him to sign. You know what they do? They'll put his name at the top and they will say Trump suggests or Trump thinks or Trump orders. And he likes powerful words. Order, says, implores, powerful, pumped up words that make him feel like a strong man. And then he would just sign. Because in Project 2025, of which his name is mentioned in there 522 times. Yeah, make that make sense. 522 times. He's mentioned by name 522 times. It says, and I'm paraphrasing now, that the object of this document, Project 25, that is to carry out his agenda. And what is that agenda? It's the stuff like cancel DEI, cancel USAID, cancel your Consumer Protection Authority, sack all the inspector generals, and just ensure that even though they don't have the staff to carry out the role, but disruption is the rule. And so once they've disrupted the government and the government is not working the way it is, what they would then do is start throwing off curveballs, which is what they're doing now. They throw off curveballs. Now we're talking about the Department of Education. While you're focused on that, they're destroying something else. By the time you move on to something else, they're going back to, so there is no way. And to make matters worse, he has now gone after the soul of America, which is why America is now focused. What's the soul of America? Greed. The ability to make money. You see that clown that came in earlier that was screaming about losing 43,000. Not the fact that over 50,000 people have died in Gaza, but the fact that he's lost $43,000. Yeah? So it gives you an idea that if you want Americans to focus, attack their wallets. And once their wallet or purse is on the chopping block, they would consider whatever it is you're talking to them about. So it's just a sign of the times. Well, like Mr. President said, it's getting very depressing. But unfortunately, that was close. You guys.
Sorry. Whatever.
You people have voted in a child.
No, they have voted. They. Get it
Okay,
right.
okay. They, you, collective term, have voted. Because nobody is moving away from this. Yeah, it's a collective on your side of the fence, right? A collective responsibility that voted in a child, and instead of giving the child crayons and paper, or at worst an iPad, you've given him a pen. You've told him, listen,
No, we didn't give him a pen. I have it right here. This is what he got.
Oh, a Sharpie. Yeah, you've given him a Sharpie. The guys like signing whatever, that hungry scroll that he calls a signature, and puts it on paper and he flashes it to the camera. Like, bruh, but you just Yeah. Yeah.
This?
Yeah, and the crazy thing about that picture or what you just done now is it's like, dude, you just signed a couple 5 minutes ago. How quick can you be at just reading through these things? I yield. United States, man. Unfortunately, we can't travel. We can't travel at the moment because
We love it over here. We love it. We live in the greatest nation on earth. We love it.
Oh, I'll tell you what. The plus side is there's a whole heap of American artists who are going to be on stage in the UK in our theater arena, and so because I have a national art pass, it's about £9 to go and watch all of them. So thank you.
Talking about artists, did you see what the heck was Kid Rock doing up in the Oval Office?
Oh, in his British Gap. Meanwhile, Usher is here giving people cherries to.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Don't get too excited. And I mean, to be fair to him, he's not discriminatory. He is giving the cherries to male and yeah, and the sister. It's actually on Instagram if you go watch it. Oh my god, steamy.
Oh, this, sorry, YouTube. I have to mute every time I play music. I'm so sorry, YouTube. Because no copyright infringement issues. Go ahead, Adasoji.
Let's just say cherries are now the popular fruit. Yeah.
It's time for TikTok talk. First up, an old-fashioned term. Groceries. When I saw this one, I'm like, hold on, which rap song was he listening to when he used the word groceries? Who remember? What's the name of the song with groceries? It's a girl. Oh my god, I can't remember her name. But anyway.
But likewise, an old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used it on the campaign. It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it. Groceries went through the roof. And I campaigned on that. I talked about the word groceries for a lot. But likewise, an old-fashioned term that we use, groceries. I used, but likewise, an old-fashioned term.
Our best president ever. Because he keeps me entertained. I like when a man can make me laugh. And I think most women love when men can make them laugh. If nothing else not going for you now as a man and you can make a woman laugh, you got it.
What it means if they make you want to throw up in your mouth.
No, he makes me laugh, Jam. Let me keep that video. He makes me laugh. I mean, it keeps me entertained. I love when me can laugh. You know, it adds to your years. It reduces aging. You know, age as fast. Right? And I'm trying to keep the wrinkles away for as long as possible. Thank God. Well, 52, I'm gonna have no wrinkle yet. So thank you, Jesus. 52 coming up. So yeah, man, make you keep me laughing. I don't see why you can't come. You can still board your plane and come on over. We have special clearance for you at the airport. Come on, that Soji. You're going to be having a good time with some crazy people. Anyway, next up in TikTok talk, Americans should expect price stability and higher wages. Listen.
Just tell the American people, though, how long their wallets are going to feel this before things get better.
Yesterday was a great day for our country, and President Trump delivered on a campaign promise that he made to the 80 million American voters who elected.
How many people voted for him? When it reached 80 million, where the rest come from?
Now we're massaging the numbers.
Thank you for making me laugh finally. I needed a laugh. Thank you for making me laugh.
I need to go on Google so I can go and listen to her.
Just tell the American people, though, how long their wallets are going to feel this before things get better.
Yesterday was a great day for our country, and President Trump delivered on a campaign promise that he made to the 80 million American voters who elected him to this highest office, a promise that many presidents before him for decades refused to deliver upon. As for prices and what the American public can expect, they can expect price stability. They can expect to buy American. It's a patriotic thing to do. And most importantly, they can expect their wages to go up. We know that in President Trump's first term, wages went up by $6,500 per person.
This won't be painful at all for American people and consumers, Caroline?
There's not going to be any pain for American-owned companies and American workers because their jobs are going to come back home. And again, as for prices, President Trump is working on tax cuts to put more money back into the pockets of Americans.
Just 77,284,118. I guess she learned something in school.
They rounded up. They rounded up.
She learned that in school. Rounded up. She rounded it up.
So,
you okay? You stressing out over there?
I'm not. This is why I've been staying away from the news. Okay, that last DEI thing just took me out lately. I things just boil up in me real quick sometimes.
Bring yourself back. Bring yourself back.
So I understand.
Ja, where you there? Did they get Ja? Hot Wheels rolled up on Ja?
Bringing back manufacturing in the United States. You can't hear me?
You sound like
I can hear you.
Drunk. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ja. Go ahead. We got you.
I'm not drunk though.
I know it's not you. It's the connection. It's
so. Oh, okay. Where are we putting these manufacturing buildings?
There's a lot of land. Look how much land we have. Okay, Ja, we lost you. Or is it me? Is it me or is it Ja? Gina said Mar-a-Lago. No, we don't need them down here in West Palm Beach. Thank you. No, we don't do that down here. All right, is it me or is it Ja? Because Ja's mic is open, but I'm not hearing Ja. Is it me or is it Ja? Let me know if y'all are hearing me, please. It's me? Okay.
We're bringing them back. Where are they going?
I'm not hearing anything, so I guess it's me.
Who's
me?
Yes.
I can hear the three of you. But so you cannot.
Moments can't hear any of us. Oh my gosh. Oh, look, this is hilarious.
I'll wait until our fearless leader can come back and hear us.
She's frozen right now. Oh no, I saw her. She can't hear anything.
I hear it. No. I hear it. I don't know what just happened. I hear it or no. What did I miss? What did I miss?
You hear no? We were just laughing at you because we could hear each other. You couldn't hear any of us.
I can hear three people in the United States speaking, but they can't speak to each other. Wow.
Oh, I got breaking news. Donald Duck has given TikTok 75 more days to find a buyer. So at least we're okay for now.
Yeah, but it's just gonna keep extending in 75 days because they know.
I know. He just kind of kicking the bucket down the street.
Mm-hmm.
It is exactly what's going on.
Let him keep
but I think he'll eventually have to do. I don't know how many times he can extend that though.
But hold on.
Hold
on a second. If memory serves me well, Dr. Shannon, thank you so much for that update. I'll take the 75 additional days. In the meantime, we just need 2 more subscribers to meet today's goal of subscription goal. And thank you to everyone who has subscribed so far. I really appreciate all of you, really do. Here's what's gonna happen. Or before I even get to that, in 2020, it was 2023 when they had that joint session and had the guy from TikTok sitting in there, and none of them never know them head for them foot. I don't know if they know what Wi-Fi is. I don't even know if they know what Bluetooth is. I don't even know if they know the difference between I don't even know what them know. But it was a bunch of Republicans who are pushing this thing, some Democrats, and I don't really understand the reason. They keep talking about national security. What national security issue do we have as it relates to China?
So they think that Binance have access to our information and is able to sell that information. Okay. Is what the national security issue is. Right. So, because I know even a lot of government institutions are not allowed to use TikTok. They're not on TikTok. You can't get on TikTok in their buildings and things like that because of that reason.
So, right, they can't have it on their phones, but yet Signal Gate is on all of their devices.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. I mean, they don't make no daggone sense in anything that they do. It's just like,
Listen, don't let us not lose brain cells over it. Long story, at the end of the day, I strongly believe, thank you so much, Tasha. I strongly believe that TikTok isn't going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
I do think they'll have to find a buyer, and I don't think the algorithm is going to change, but at least we'll still have access to it. I mean, I hope it doesn't change that much, that individuals who make an income off of TikTok, will still be able to continue to do so.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh boy. We're glad we are grateful for the update, and we're grateful for the additional 75 days. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine.
But moments, I think I said it last week or the week before. It doesn't have anything to do with national security. It has to do with controlling the income that people are making on TikTok.
And
controlling what to control that.
And not only the income job, but also controlling what we have access to. Information.
And the information that's being shown, that's being hidden from us, because they're showing the real world. People overseas that are being, their families are being destroyed due to certain things.
Right. We're seeing the world for what it truly is. People are now exposed to the real Africa. Remember, what was the misconception people had about the entire continent of Africa?
Dr. Sharon, mute up.
Sorry.
What was the misconception people had about the entire continent of Africa? About countries across the Caribbean, Latin America, South America. They made the world, or not the world, sorry for using that, because truly, really and truly, do you know that people in the US actually believe that the US is the world? But what they did, the advent of social media has brought in to meet the 40,000 goal. Yay! Thank you for the follow, Kelly Bean. What has actually happened now is that people are aware. Oh my gosh. Is this for real? Yes, it's for real. They had no clue what Addis Ababa looked like. They had no clue what Johannesburg looked like. They had no clue what Lagos looked like. Accra.
Hello?
They had no clue. They thought it was just mud, shanty towns, and all of that. Beyond the resorts in the Caribbean, they had no clue. They did not know that when you touch down on Donald Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay and you exit the airport and you make a left to head towards the parishes of Trelawney and St. Anne, and when you look up on the right hand side and them say one string of mansion, the people then did confused and I wonder if I really Jamaica this. And they were not aware that when you see those mansions on the hillside, some 3-4 story house, palatial homes, and them see the luxury car them are there Jamaica, them no know said the people them not owe a penny for them. They thought we all rode in donkey carts. Them things that everybody when I swing and I live in a tree. They thought everybody was just in dire poverty.
Walking around with mud cloths because we don't have clothing.
I'm gonna tell people, you know, when you're touching on Jamaica, you better be respectful. Because don't make you see a man with the Mercedes Benz, he don't owe $1 for that. He actually had to pay for that 3 times. 1 at the dealership where he bought it, 2 to and twice, excuse me, for clear it. When you see the house, then they weren't. It's quite possible they were all built at once, or people built them over a period of time, but they're not owe a penny for. People don't understand. But I'm glad the world can now see. Outside of the US, take a trip, not just take a trip to the entire continent of Africa. The entire continent, from top to bottom, east to west. Y'all will be alarmed. America is truly a ghetto girl with a Gucci belt on her. It's a third world country with a Gucci belt. But anyway, they want us to stay uneducated, unaware. That's what they want. And it is all about control. They have to control what you have access to, what you have access to. That's it. If I can control you mentally, I got you. A lot of times we see people in relationships, those kind of relationships, and we wonder why people can't get out. It's because they have already been chained mentally. And once you can control their mind, that's it. You turn them in an idiot. You have them like a yo-yo. What is song? What is the song? You have me like a yo-yo. You have them like that. Like a yo-yo. And you just dangle them and pull. You drop them down and you pull them back up. Well, yes, so I could listen to Leave It again.
Just tell the American people, though, how long their wallets are going to feel this before things get better.
Yesterday was a great day for our country. And
yesterday was a great day for our country. How did the stock market do yesterday? How much money was lost?
2 trillion.
Okay, thank you. It was a great day, folks. We lost $2 trillion. How much more can we lose? At this point, we're like Rihanna in the club. Throw it up, throw it up. Everybody ball out. Literally, everybody a ball. So now have the poor man coming at the space this morning, looking for somewhere to rest his head so he could cry because the man said lose $43,000. Are we there with the foolishness and won't take life seriously? People are losing their losing their minds. How much we lose? Other soldiers say it again for the people that the back one never hear.
It was a great day for our country, and President Trump delivered on a campaign promise that he made to the 80 million American voters.
So the delivery, the delivery on the promise was to wipe out $2 trillion. I didn't know that. I thought it was to make America, to make everybody rich. I thought it was to make everybody rich. Okay. I really thought it was to make everybody rich.
Who's everybody?
It wasn't to make everybody rich. We're $2 trillion richer, are we? Hey, we have to take bad things make joke, you know. We have to laugh at a serious situation.
His side chick is rich.
Oops.
Moments you're laughing, we pension funds on it knees, you know. You want to read?
What do you want me to do? No, seriously. What do you want me to do?
You should cry like that guy who lost 43 pounds.
This is what I'll do. I'll tell you this much. I'll do this. Woo! I love Fridays. When we get to act a fool on a Friday. We're seeing sides, all right, but it's not that.
Is that Rick Ross, right?
That's Rick Ross there was T.I. and Rick Ross was about to come in. You know I love me some
Oh,
Rick
okay.
Ross.
So that's Trump and Musk, isn't it? Pretending they're gangsters.
Good. $2 trillion, just like that. Boom, boom. Watch it all fall out. Yes, Mr. President, you're absolutely right. We have to take this seriously. We're here laughing and kiki kakang, but you know what? It's because us people of color, we have learned over the years how to let things roll off our back. We have learned that if we don't laugh at the situation in front of us, we will crumble, and we refuse to crumble. We refuse to. And that's why you will see the videos floating around social media where they're saying, while the world is worried and so concerned, here you have people of color learning a new line dance.
Well, I mean, it's not like on this platform and others that Coffee and Toe has not warned them. They did warn them. They said it in black and white. There is reference. You could go back and listen to some of the back catalog. You would hear it being repeated day after day. This is what would happen if this is allowed to be. And especially on the question of tariffs. It's not like tariffs just popped up on Americans like that. You were pre-warned by people who knew. I mean, anyone. I mean, listen, anyone that did basic economics 101, in university, economics, the principle of economics in secondary school, For those, maybe in the United States it's called high school. In the rest of the world, it's secondary school, right? But anyone that did the basic economics and was listening in the class, and I don't mean you that was staring at the teachers behind while she was writing on the board, but that focused, when it came to the issue of tariffs, who can tell you what the fallout would be. So going to put a tariff on wild farcical that you're, placing tariff on your own base or the island inhabited by penguins. When it came to countries that could, just switch, most of the Caribbean today can turn away from the United States. They can. Because the factory of the world is not in the United States. Yeah, proximity sometimes it makes common sense. But in cases where you need desperate measures to survive desperate times, you can switch. And you know what's funny about that switching? Once you've done it once, that power is gone. He can no longer weigh that power. So what he's doing right now is he's tanking his own economy, but at the same time, he's forcing people outside to make hard choices. So when that gentleman said earlier that the Caribbean community don't trade with each other, well, that's not the fault of the Americans. That's the fault of the gentleman in Jamaica to dust his Rolodex, speak to the guy in Trinity to give him oil so that he can power whatever industry he needs to power. Speak to the Chinese. You don't need to take anything over there. Give me some of your cars. Yeah, we'll pay them off over maybe 5-10 decades. China needs a market and they will do trading with you. And that's what we need to start doing now. And then eventually when the United States wake up from the nightmare that is currently going through, unfortunately for people within there that look like us, it might be a tad difficult to deal with. But hard needs a must. I yield.
Listen, every day we gonna have to be doing this. We gonna be doing this every day, all day.
Every day I'm hustling.
That's all we gonna be doing. Hustling. Mama need a house. Baby needs some shoes. I refuse to become. Here's the thing. We laugh because we warned. We're not laughing because we're not going to be affected. No, we just have a different outlook. It's business as usual. We still got to get up. We still got to go to work because the bills are coming. Who do we cry to? You're running up in here asking us to pat your back because you lost $43,000 on the stock market. Yeah, I feel you. I feel it. I feel it for you. You don't think we'll have lost too? But we're not going to sit and cry. We pivot. Because we have to eat. We have to eat. We have our children. We have our families. We don't have time to sit down a ball. We don't have time to eat. We got to pivot. Okay, what can I do next? What's next? What's next? What's next? And I guess that's how we have been conditioned. That's how we've been socialized. I remember when we sell our house in Atlanta, we lost a lot of money. But we had to sell to come back to Florida. And me a ball to my father. My father said, dry up your tears. What you cry for? Keep it moving. What you crying for? I'm like, but daddy, look how much money we lose. He said, and what can you do about it? Pivot, girl. We don't have time for cry. We don't. Because when me ball today, I'm lose focus. I'm not thinking and I'm not concentrating. And the light bill show up next week. I tell me, I have 1 week to pay it. I'm gonna have the people them almost $400 to give them. I'm light to go cut off. I don't have time to sit down and ball. I don't have the time to sit down and cry. I gotta keep it moving. We're all in this. We're all feeling it, but we warned you it was gonna happen. Kamala Harris stood up there and warned you it was gonna happen. Michelle Obama stood up there and warned you it was gonna happen. So the backside you want me to do? What you want from me? I can give you a tissue, and even that we gotta be careful with because the wood come from Canada. And then they turn it into paper here in the US so we can wipe our asses. So I don't even have a tissue to give you, boo. That's scarce commodity. Backside come upset the equilibrium this afternoon. And I get to hustling. Tariff tissues, indeed. We warned you. The whole of 2024 leading up to the election, we warned you on Coffee Talk. When we did over Clubhouse and we did it on fan base, we warned you. When Dr. Keisha, I remember when the news dropped, when Biden said now go back, and Kamala became the front runner. I mean, now forget when Dr. Keisha had the space on Clubhouse, Voices for Kamala. And you were welcome to come in there. Thousands of people come in there. And the message was being sent over and over and over again. But you know, sit down upon a hatred. I know you want to come cry to me? Get the heck out of here with that BS. Go cry to no mama. Just like Miss Kitty would have said. Well, cry to who? Me? No, baby. No, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We warned you. Now deal with the consequences of it. Shut the hell up and leave me the hell alone.
That was what I was expecting you all to say. Shut the hell up and go and sit in the corner, man. Please. What can I do for you?
We have some news right now. Make sure to buy your iPhones now because the price of an iPhone could skyrocket as a result of Donald Trump's tariffs. According to new calculations done by Reuters, the average price of an iPhone could rise up to 43%. That means an iPhone that costs about $799 right now will cost over $1,100 after these tariffs are fully implemented. Remember, tariffs are targeting the technology sector, and the Apple stock, well, that's been on the ground today. It hasn't been doing so great. Now, before I continue, make sure to follow me on my Substack, Instagram, and YouTube. They're all linked to my bio. If TikTok is banned in 2 days, that's where I'll be. Now, the price of an iPhone is not the only piece of technology that's going to go up as a result of tariffs. All types of electronics, computers, iPads, headphones. I mean, anything produced outside of America that is technology related will have prices rise as a result of Trump's tariffs. And some products like the iPhone could see a rise of up to 43% according to Reuters. So spread the word and follow along for all.
So those of you who sat down with your illiterate asses and voted for this, when your phone now works and you can't call your Mimi and your Mima and your Papa, I don't care. I don't. Now, jump in your vehicles, keep them serviced because you won't be able to afford a new one if the wheels fall off. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you for the subscription, Crystal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. When the wheels fall off, I don't know what you're going to do because that's going to cost you for repair.
You buy an American one.
Which still going to increase in price. Why? Tell them again, other soldier. Explain to them, because we've been warning people. We've been trying to explain to them how a vehicle gets assembled, but they ain't listening. It takes how many countries?
For General Motors, it takes 3 countries at the moment. That the shaping of the steel is done in the United States. The what's it called? The axle and the wheels are attached in Mexico, is taken up north to Canada to be treated for rust, and the stuff is now sent back into the United States for you to put on your car park lots, for you to come in with Brad and Bridget on a Saturday, looking at your car. Oh, that is gonna get a new car.
Bad things make joke.
Oh, I am unable. I don't like other Sochi right now. Okay? Because you sitting over there, okay, and not sympathizing with us. Okay?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sympathizing. I'm sympathizing. Oh my God.
You are glad you're not us. That's all I know. I know that. You can't dispute that. You're so happy that you're not here. You don't have to deal with this nonsense. And the next, right? And the next 4 years of this debacle that we're facing. So I know you're over here sitting on your throne, sipping your tea.
Yeah, Earl Grey, by the way. Earl Grey, by the way.
Yes, you're all great. Yeah. Yes.
Watch out. Here comes another one of my suppliers sending me a message. An update on tariffs.
This is crazy. I don't even know. I mean, like, I don't understand what people didn't understand about tariff. I don't know why they think it was not a joke. It's not a joke. I mean, I'm from NT. We deal with tariff all the time because we import so many things.
Exactly.
So we deal with tariff all day. Yes, most of the Caribbean islands. And they're like, no, the country who's sending is going to pay the tariff. No, they don't. Think again. Now everything. Well, shoot. We all in the same boat. We never vote for him, but I'm going to be suffering along with everybody else.
Hi, hello. Please take care of my Jewel. If you don't eat, that's okay. But Jewel has to eat.
Do you hear this?
Jewel must eat. Please. I'm not gonna. I don't want to carry her to puppy protective services. Me, Joel. Me no business about you. Joel have to eat.
Nobody not care about me.
So take care of the dog first. Yeah.
Take care. Okay.
Get it right. Then the humans then take it.
Exactly. In that order. Puppy power.
Oh, Jesus. Because me no want have to go for Bentley, because if me ever have to go for Bentley.
Yeah, Paw Patrol rules, yeah.
No, she sit down here looking at me. Don't pay one bill. I'm like, I need your money for your airline, for your airfare. Come, hand it over. She just look at me like,
girl bad.
Exactly.
She bad and bougie. I wonder if people think we're all right. I wonder if people thinking we're okay. Folks, for the 15 of you in here with us, we are okay.
Oh, yes.
We're going to be okay.
We will be okay. Yeah. I can't feel sorry or have sympathy for people who voted for him. I just don't have it in my heart. I don't. right? Because there's so much things going on. There's so many things that are changing. There's so much disruption that he's causing, from the tariffs to the education system to immigration, deporting people without due process, right? I mean, and all of that hits home for me, right? So who am I gonna? I have no sorrow for anybody who voted for him. I will be okay. The people who surround me will be okay.
And then to make it worse, Dr. Sharon, here where am I going to tell the people them over in China? The US government has banned American government personnel in China, as well as family members and contractors with security clearances, from any romantic or sexual relationships with Chinese citizens, the Associated Press has learned. Four people with direct knowledge of the matter told the AP about the policy, which was put into effect by departing US Ambassador Nicholas Burns in January, shortly before he left China. The people would speak only on condition of anonymity to discuss details of a confidential new directive. Though some US agencies already had strict rules on such relationships, a blanket non fraternization policy, as it is known, has been unheard of publicly since the Cold War. It's not uncommon for American diplomats in other countries to date locals and even marry them. That article, Mr. President, send it over to me. You can find it on apnews.com. Yes, so any American with any kind of security clearance, even if you're a family member. So me know I'm a part of the personnel in China. I have my sons. My sons decide say them want to go out in the streets and they happen to fall in love with a Chinese girl. It's forbidden. It can't happen. Yeah, man? Not according to the US government, you can't. So now they're telling you who you can have intercourse with, who you can have relationships with. And that's the beginning, folks.
So no, no entry in the enemy.
Me love you long time? No, none of that. None of that. None of that. Don't even think about it. As long as you are a family member, a contractor, any government personnel, we hit our subscription goal for today, folks. We hit it. We hit it. We hit it. Big up on us. Love it. Love it. Love it. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Yes, Dr. Sharon. That's a go now.
So I'm trying to figure how do you control who people fall in love with and come out of my bedroom?
Y'all been over, wine and catch. But do you know that in the Bible Belt, technically, you are not allowed to have intercourse in any other position but missionary?
So me want to know how they're gonna know. So whatever position you're in, how are they gonna know?
Mr. President, you never know that.
I'm so done. I cannot.
We spoke about it. You can even marry your cousin.
You are allowed to marry your cousin, but you can't have intercourse in any other person. No doggy style, no wheelbarrow, hand stand up, mass child. None of that.
No way. Okay. Can see what they're trying to cultivate in the United States. Just dry.
I don't even know what world am I living in. I don't. Like, what world is this? Like, how did we get here?
Oh, no candle, not even this no candle. Hold on. Not even this no candle. Not even this.
So turn the other way as well. Okay.
You're not.
Turn the other way. No, that's against the law.
Oh, Jesus have mercy. Hey, news nice enough. Hey, how can you not love the news? All this entertainment that you get in the news, it's amazing. It is amazing. Yeah, and none of this neither.
But.
No care none of that either.
So it's only Mad Cobra. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus have mercy. Deliver me, Father. Forgive me for I have sinned. Whew. All right. Oh, Lord. Hey, cancel y'all. Cancel y'all Netflix and everything else. Just come to coffee.
So will the families be spying on each other now and reporting themselves to government? Oh, Your Majesty, I saw him made her turn the other way. You what? Okay. Interesting.
Lord have mercy. YouTube must be tired. I may have to unmute them all the time. I'm so sorry, YouTube. But again, it's copyright infringement issues I can't afford. Yeah. You are now telling people who they can fall in love with, who they can have relationships with. They're yeah.
YouTube understand. You have to pay tariffs on the lawyers now.
Well, oh my, that's true.
Oh, Jesus. No quintop, none of them things there. Mad. No swing song, none of that. Not with heels on. None of that. No stab out. Well, stab out the meeting. I can't go on with that.
No swinging from the fan.
None of that. None of that. No groceries. None of that.
No whips and chains.
None of that.
No blindfolds.
None of that.
Nothing. None of that.
None of
All
that.
right.
No mad, bad, and wicked in our bed. Yeah, we can do that. But just as long as it's in one position. Oh, Jesus. Me don't know about it, but me love
So
the
only
news.
Mad Cobra then. Flakes.
Time to have. Yeah, me love the news. What? Me love the news. I'm so sorry for my folks over there in China who work with the government. Rasola Semina last long in the kind of world, yeah.
You're gonna have to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, we have to pivot. We know how to do that. We'll be all right. Okay, next one. The last article out of TikTok Talk looked at her wrong.
Delta Airlines is now facing a federal discrimination suit after a white flight attendant kicked off a black woman who was flying first class, claiming she looked at her wrong. On March 27th, Teresa Hudson Jordan was flying first class with her daughter, and she was speaking with her. While she looked up, she made eye contact with the white flight attendant, and the white flight attendant apparently did not take it well. Jordan claims she looked up and made eye contact and never said a word to the woman. The flight attendant then began screaming at her, stating, "Don't look at me like that. Don't eye me up and down. If you can't comply with my commands, then I'll turn this plane around and we can go back to the gate."
Jordan told the flight attendant that she would, quote, comply with what she was asking, and bystanders state that they've never seen an incident like this happen before, that Jordan was not causing any sort of disruption. But the flight attendant went up to the cockpit and told the pilot that she was causing a disruption and being a disturbance to everybody around her. The pilot then moved to turn the plane around and had Jordan escorted off the plane. Another bystander who witnessed the altercation said Jordan was being treated like a dog or a slave. Delta has yet to comment, stating they are waiting for this to go through litigation, but they support and claim that they do not participate in any sort of discrimination. This is deplorable, but this is the kind of America that half this country wants to live in right now.
So the passenger apparently was in first class as well. What's up, Lenky? Lenky, I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. Next week, Friday, I need to talk to you, Lenky. For next week, Friday, I need to talk to you. Yeah. Delta's not the problem. It's the flight attendant. I'm not even going to call them a stewardess. She's not a stewardess. She wants sky maid. She's not worth the title stewardess, flight attendant. No, she wants sky maid. That's what she is.
I mean, it's almost as if every story you get out of the States now just underscores the reason why one cannot even really get oneself to visit such a, how can I say it, put one through such experience. It's, come on. And I'm looking at my passport at the moment. I can't possibly bring myself to go through. No, sorry. No.
I can't blame you. I cannot blame you. Quite frankly, I get it. They are playing in our faces. It seems that they want the people. That is what they want. They are pushing, and everybody just has to use emotional intelligence and critical thinking skills. Do not bite the bait. Me beg you no do. Don't bite the bait. In 2016, when the president was first elected, we saw America remove the veil. People felt entitled to talk to people any and any way, to attack people any and any way. 2024 came around, it subsided. It subsided. And here we are back in 2024, and now it is amplified. It's amplified in 2024. We're an intelligent set of people, and we will act accordingly. We will not step out of character. We won't. Because we see what's going on. We see. We're not blind. And the world is seeing what is going on. The entire world is seeing what's going on. And for those of you, if you're listening and you indulge in that type of egregious behavior, know that you're only being used. They don't care about you either. You are not even worthy to pick a flea off of their dogs. They would never have you come to their homes. You're scoffed at. You're looked down on. So don't think you are any different. So it would behoove you to do away with that way of thinking, the behavior attached to the train of thought, and be more human. You're feeding into, you are doing exactly what they want you to do. You're playing your role. You think of the $80 million that a certain individual is getting every day, he's going to give you any of it? You think he's going to want to sit with you? You think he's going to even want to go to Starbucks with you? No. Mm-mm. Don't think so highly of yourselves. Please don't. You're here with us, with the rest of us in this country who believe in humanity. Oh, boy. It's time for Business and Tech News. Business and Tech News segment brought to you by Grant Coffee House. From our farms to your cups. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products at www.grantcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. This article came up yesterday, and Nice, we did not I didn't get to play it yesterday, so I'm going to play it today. The headline on this one: Zelle is shutting down its app, but here's how you can still use the payment service. Article courtesy of CNN via WSBN.
Zelle is officially shutting down its standalone app.
Yeah, so moving forward, the digital payment app will only work through banks and credit unions. Experts say the app kept losing customers to banks and unions. Users will be or have access until August 11th.
Grab some Goya.
So remember, Zelle was launched back in 2017 and was created by about 30 banks to rival popular existing payments like Venmo, Cash App, and Apple Pay. Zelle users sent more than $1 trillion in 2024, making it the most money ever sent by a person-to-person payments service in a single year. Okay. All right, so next up in our Business and Tech segment, Stellantis is an automaker. But let's listen to this vid.
Yeah, major breaking news right now. Stellantis is now temporarily laying off more than 900 employees in response to Donald Trump's auto tariffs. This is a major announcement made by the company minutes ago. Stellantis NV is the maker of Ram trucks and Jeeps. It said today that it will be temporarily laying off more than 900 employees because of Trump's tariffs and because they will no longer be, at least temporarily, producing certain cars because of the automobile tariffs. Now, TikTok will be banned in 2 days, so please follow me on my Instagram, Substack, and YouTube. They're all in my link tree for more news. This is the first domino to drop after Donald Trump's tariffs were imposed overnight, but it's not going to be the last. Stellantis has also announced that a number of its Mexican and Canadian production operations will now be idle. And as a result...
Okay, you heard that? Ties in with what Adesoji was telling us? What we have been saying for months? Cars are made in one car making a tree place. So I'm glad you're hearing this video right here.
The first domino to drop after Donald Trump's tariffs were imposed overnight, but it's not going to be the last. Stellantis has also announced that a number of its Mexican and Canadian production operations will now be idle. And as a result, Americans are going to have to be paying more for cars, and Americans are now without a job. So Donald Trump has already lost 900 jobs in less than 24 hours. Follow along for more.
Bravo! Y'all did it! Thank you, Ozzy.
I don't understand how he didn't understand how tariff works. No, for real. I'm not even. I mean, it's not even funny because the problem is that you don't see what it would do to your economy.
What it says to me, Dr. Sharon, is that he did not attend classes at the Wharton School of Business that he attended.
Okay, me understand now. Okay, I get it.
Dr. Sharon, here's the thing. He partially understands it, but you have to add in a certain level of hubris. He doesn't expect other countries and other companies to be like, okay, well, we'll just raise our prices. He doesn't expect them to be like, okay, well, we'll just use different trade partners. He doesn't expect them to say, okay, well, we'll just find different trade routes. He claims that he wants businesses and manufacturers to do more manufacturing in the country, but yet hadn't done anything to create the infrastructure so it can thrive. So then all of these just come off as really, really haphazard decisions with the expectation that everybody else will bow to America. That's how I see it.
And Ozzy, that's what I was trying to say earlier. He wants to bring the manufacturing back. Where are we putting these manufacturing buildings at? Where are we getting the equipment? Where do we have the people to even build? I know we have some old expired buildings sitting on some land. Are you able to even refurbish them? But it's going to take how many years to actually bring certain plants here to the United States in order to manufacture cars? What do you do in the meantime?
But he wouldn't know.
You tax other people and assume that they just gonna fall for it.
But he wouldn't know, because even in his businesses, he just slaps his name on it. So it's all a mess.
900 people. In addition to how many because of Doge? How many people have lost their jobs because of Doge?
Talk of that number.
At least I have a confession to make. During the campaign, when I was telling Coffee and Two, this is just campaign rhetoric. There's no way he could implement those plans. And if he does, he will tank the country in less than 6 months. I was thinking he would not actually implement some of them. But apparently my second prediction might be correct. If he continued, the country will be tanking in 6 months.
6.
Yeah, the same time I gave him Sami and Elon Musk to stay together. And I was saying that from day one, but because anybody that know anything about tariffs and everything and how it works and stuff would know that was great. Well, as a matter of fact, everybody said it was madness. But I guess we have mad people in this world.
I take your apology. Take your apology.
No, I'm not take it from him yet. Give me a minute. Hold on. I probably need to get that drink before. When my cup, the Lord, make carry my cup outside. I need that drink before I take the apology.
You can't drink on TikTok. They will take it down.
Oh, this is not Drink Champs, right? I forgot.
Yeah. We'll do it offline. Oh, Jesus.
So there's a business plan people can go for. Start selling buggies.
The Amish gonna be booming,
right? Help us, dear Jesus. I don't even know.
Poor Dr. Charlotte at this straight. I should have ever pray for that she at this straight.
It's crazy. It's just crazy around here because I just don't. You know, it's a lot. Yeah, it's just a lot.
It is a whole lot.
Yeah, it's a whole lot.
So let us listen to the video that Ozzy sent over. Let's take a listen.
We're saying people stay quiet. We are seeing organizations stay quiet. We are seeing those who are capitulating to clearly unconstitutional threats. And these are the things that we are witnessing each day in these last few months in our country. And it understandably creates a great sense of fear. Because, you know, there were many things that we knew would happen. Many things. I'm not here, so I told you so.
Told you so. Go, Kamala, go.
But I'll say this: fear has a way of being contagious. Okay. When one person has fear, it has a way of spreading to those around them and spreading. And we are witnessing that, no doubt. But I say this also, my dear friends, courage is also contagious. Courage is also contagious. We're seeing people's
courage is contagious. We cannot be fearful. We cannot live in fear. We can't. We cannot allow it to traumatize us. We can't. Thank you, Ozzy. We can't, folks. We told you so. It's not meant to make you feel bad. Yes, it's meant to make you feel bad.
The worst part is, it's not so much as, oh, maybe you don't know. It's the fact that people who did know said, well, this is what. Oh, there was another thing I wanted to say when Mr. President talked about, what's it called? When he talked about.
Where the hell are you? What's that squeaking sound out of Soji? Like you're riding a broken bike. The tariffs reach over there already?
No. The tariffs will not get here. I'm standing next to the window, looking out.
You're fast, not people business. Okay.
Yeah, looking at the trees blowing in the wind, the cherry blossom, dropping, and there's not a tariff in sight. Yes. What I was saying. So what I was gonna say is, it's not so much as people having the wherewithal. You notice it was about scaring people that were going to choose your bathroom and what have you. Where has that story gone to now? That story is dead. Everything then was a ruse. We knew it was a ruse. Yeah. They ran that story. Now, those people still exist, but they're not the cordial that people are being dragged with. So now what we have is a situation where people are desperate for their lives, truly desperate. People who thought they had assured occupations. By that, I mean the federal people who work for the federal government. Some of the least compensated people in the world, because they were essentially civil servants, they were public servants. They've lost their jobs. And with those jobs, they've also lost pensions. And it's not so much as just them, it's people who access some sort of self-respect in terms of being able to provide themselves through those people. By that, I mean families, extended families. They've lost everything. Lost everything that might never come back. So that is what people are having to contend with. For a political conviction that doesn't even pass the muster test. And you could see it happened yesterday. In a day, pension funds. People lost their 401ks. They lost the values of what that 401k would have been. There could have been people who would want to access it yesterday. They will get far less what it was worth 18 months ago. Yeah, that's true. There are cities where the federal employees make up the bedrock of the economy of those cities. Now that's gone. And all of this down to what? A host of reasons. One is you don't like the people who live next to you. You don't like the sight of people who walk in front of you. You don't like the sight of people you perceive to be coming across the border. The same people that keep the bedrock of that economy thriving. I mean, look at Nebraska. The farms are laying there untended. 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 You've revoked the citizenship of over 500,000 people. You've spirited away people into prisons. Yeah? For what? For what? For what, really? For what? So that the billionaire friends around you can claim more. I mean, the mere fact that you're not even focused on them means the, what's it called? You know, the tax cut he passed during his first administration will be extended without people noticing. Yeah, will be extended without people noticing. And so, who is this economy supposed to serve? Who is it supposed to serve? Screaming that you found billions of waste with no auditing. I could tell you I saw a ferry flying over my roof. Who's going to verify it? Simply because I told you that doesn't mean it existed. Exactly. So, I mean, it's sad. It's sad. It's just, it's painful. It's painful. I know this is not necessary. It's not necessary. I yield.
Greed, power, control, hate. Yeah. Greed, power, control, hate. That's it. Those are the variables in the equation. We don't even have parentheses. No PEMDAS around here, Ozzy. No, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Not at all. Oh boy. And that was our 900 jobs. Because people in this country don't understand how the auto industry actually works. They don't understand how Los Tres Amigos works. They don't understand the importance of the trifecta. I was going to use another terminology, but let me be careful with that. They don't understand. No man is an island. No man stands alone. We need our neighbors. We need our neighbors for a reason. Yes, I could try now. I could try make it up to 50,000, Mr. President. I could see if we can tap up the screen to 50,000. Oh, and we just need one more subscription. Just one more we need. Just one more to make it to 10. One more, folks. We can do this. We can do this. And that was our business and tech news segment, brought to you by Grant Coffee House. From our farms to your cups, enjoy 20% off all coffee products at www.grantcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. And now it's time for Health and Science News. This segment is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com and discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. And thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you, thank you, thank you, family. April marks Head and Neck Cancer Awareness Month. Folks, let's pay attention. All right, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, April is Head and Neck Cancer Awareness Month, a critical time to raise awareness about these often overlooked but life threatening cancers. Each year, more than 65,000 Americans are diagnosed with head and neck cancer, and tragically, nearly 15,000 lives were lost in 2023 alone. One growing concern is the rising prevalence of HPV related throat and mouth cancers, particularly among middle aged men. Human papillo HPV, me not tie up my tongue today. Human HPV, the HPV virus, I feel like my dear, has become a significant risk factor, leading to an increase in cases over recent years. Unfortunately, many of these cancers are detected in advanced stages, contributing to a high mortality rate, especially in individuals over 50. Symptoms and risk factors. Head and neck cancers can manifest in various ways, making early detection vital. Common symptoms include persistent sore throat or hoarseness, difficulty swallowing or chewing, lumps or swelling in the neck, unexplained weight loss, chronic ear pain, changes in voice. Several risk factors contribute to the development of these cancers, including tobacco and alcohol use, which significantly increase the risk, HPV infection, a leading cause of throat and mouth cancers, prolonged sun exposure, which can lead to lip cancer, poor oral hygiene, and long term irritation from ill fitting dentures, exposure to certain workplace chemicals such as asbestos or wood dust. In response to the growing need for advanced treatment options, Broward Health in South Florida is leading the way with state of the art robotic technology. The single port robotic system, which is available at the Broward Health Medical Center, enhances surgical precision with minimizing invasiveness. Dr. Ryan H. Sobel, who is MD and Director of Oncology at Broward Health, is the only physician in Broward, Palm Beach, and Treasure Coast using Intuitive's Da Vinci Surgical's single port robotic system for head and neck cancer treatment. This innovative approach allows for faster recovery times, reduced scarring, improved surgical outcomes. By leveraging cutting edge technology, Broward Health is helping patients fight head and neck cancers with greater success and less post operative discomfort. Early detection remains crucial in improving survival rates. Regular screenings, awareness of symptoms, and vaccination, yes, vaccination against HPV can significantly reduce the risk of developing these cancers. If you or a loved one is experiencing symptoms or want to learn more about innovative treatment options, contact the Broward Health Medical Center or speak with your primary care provider. All right, your healthcare provider, folks. Yes, neck, head and neck cancer is a thing. It is a thing, folks. All right. Our next article in our Health and Science News segment, two infants unfortunately passed away because of whooping cough in Louisiana. Cases are climbing nationally. This article, courtesy of CNN via WSVN, in his 20 years working in pediatric infectious disease, Dr. John Schieffelin has never seen another illness like pertussis, also known as whooping cough. It's a contagious respiratory illness that can develop into a painful, full body cough. The coughing fits can be severe, often accompanied by a whooping sound when the person tries to catch their breath, and it's continuous, even if a person needs to be placed on a ventilator. For infants, it's really rather terrifying. They're just coughing so much they can't eat, they can't drink, and they often get pneumonia, which means we have to put them on a ventilator. They just never stop coughing. In Louisiana, 2 infants have passed away of pertussis in the past 6 months, and this is according to the state health department. The first unalivings from the disease in the state since 2018. Louisiana had 110 cases reported so far this year. That's according to the health department, already approaching the 154 cases reported for 2024. Cases are on the rise nationally too. There were more than 35,000 cases of whooping cough last year in the US, the highest number in more than a decade, and 10 people passed away, 6 of them less than 1 year old. Experts say they see peaks and valleys with these kinds of illnesses over the years, but there have been about 6,600 cases already in 2025, almost 4 times the number at this point last year. When you start to see these outbreaks, it tends to be as a result of that increased circulation of the microbe in the community, as well as what? Populations with no immunity or reduced immunity that are susceptible to the infection. That's according to Dr. Lisa Morici, a professor of microbiology and immunology at the Tulane University School of Medicine. There are concerns about the increasing cases, and experts, EXPERTS, put that in capital letters, bold it, blast it, me not care. Experts are urging vaccination, folks. Yeah. Please be careful, folks. I knew your behind was going to do that. I knew you were going to do that.
We just got, I think it was yesterday or the day before on the news, one confirmation that measles now is here in Houston.
Ja, please be careful. Please be careful as you move about. But what can I say? What can I say? So next, will the real CDC please stand up? I have a video, a TikTok video, courtesy of Dr. Keisha Davis. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this one. Where are you? Boom. Here we go.
If guilt by association was a scenario, this would be it. This weekend, RFK Jr. had to demand that the group, Children's Health Defense Fund, by the way, he was the founder of this group, but removed himself in December. Anyway, this group had to remove a website that was an imposter of the CDC website, which is a federal website. Check this out. Okay, this is the original CDC site. You see here, they say autism is not caused by vaccines. Now, the imposter site quotes here that there is a link between autism and vaccines, and they use the CDC logo. For someone that's supposed to be leading the HHS, the example that is being set is very concerning. I would just tell everybody, pay close attention. So anything that comes out of a leader's mouth who was the head of this defense fund and clearly knew this website was there, need to be cautious.
So much misinformation is floating around, folks. We have to be careful. We have to vet what it is that we are reading, privy to. Imagine people who know nothing else to do with them life and them time because them life sad, dull, and boring would go and create a website and put the wrong information. Information that could lend itself to people making decisions that could prove detrimental to themselves or their loved ones. It is important that we have conversations with our healthcare providers. That was our Health and Science News segment brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And that's LAURMEL. Oh, we did that one this morning, or that was the first one we do. Okay, so time for you to come on my veranda. Come palm my veranda, make we talk. Childhood trauma. It's real. And let me say this before I play the video. There is a Jamaican content creator that many of us, I don't know if admonish is the right word to use. We frown upon her actions on social media. We disparage her. We speak negatively about her. And I'm saying we as a collective, right? Not necessarily us per se, but she's made fun of, humiliated, embarrassed. And truth be told, a lot of people are projecting the traumas, projecting their traumas. I'm going to let us take a listen. Her name is Rosalie. She's a Jamaican content creator. Without saying anything further, let me just go ahead. Where's the link? Let's take a listen. What you're going to hear is her talking to her mother. That's what we're going to hear. Thank you, Krista. Thank you.
They will learn to see who you are. You have to tell them. You done your mother already, but you not take accountability, you not take responsibility. You're very irresponsibility, you. And you know. And you let your bumbo cloud, roast you gone. Sometimes my days when I say, I know. Me never used to stay with me, you know. Remember, I know, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Sometimes 4 months, just I say, what, my daughter, you come? You have nothing can wash? You wash 1 piece or 2 or 3 pieces. So you come here. After you wash the 2 pieces, you come the here. Then you see again the next 3-4 months. Remember good. Remember good. You go re-step back the step them. Remember good. No, I not say not coming now. You will come. But when I can remember, you come, wash 2 pieces of clothes here and there. You have no dirty clothes I want to wash, and you come and you wash them. Right? You come, you wash them, and my ear look like it dirty, you take me, wash me ear, comb it. And then from that, 2, 3, 4 months, me not see again, I'll be a 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 months. Me see if I when me a grow. Remember good. How much time I see a 3, 2 and 4 and 5 months, me see if I. If a birthday come, you're too long, and we'll probably not have it all right then. After birthday, be a 2 and 3. Remember one night, I live at Wyman Street. I must have a long time. I don't see my mother. I said, that's what you know, that time I'm young. I'm around 14, 15. I said, long, you know, long time I don't see my mother. My mother just run for her, I just say, I don't see her. Right? And then, and one of my something I speak just to me say, you know your mother, you know, see her till next month. I'm a count off, so I see you that month before, and it's about 3 months now. So by 4 month time, you see it, and some of my tell me some therapy. By next month, come early, me see you. Remember, you know. Remember when you and Dollar couldn't do it, so you left La Marsha baby, you know. Down your business, you know. 1 month, 2 months. You might forget also me if you keep a picnic. Are you that? Me not hate you, me know are you that. Me not hate you, me jump that bridge a long time with you. I don't hate you. If you're in here and you want something, I ask you. You know me with you know that about me. You know what I'm saying? Junior can't give me 1,000 or 5,000. I want to go do something or I want to go doctor, I want to go buy something. You ask me with you. Because I can't change you, that's gradually you know. So nobody come here say you want to tell the internet something. Tell them there so. But don't come tell me so when me I tell you boy you, I lie. Don't do that. Okay. What is the part you're telling? What is the part you're telling? Oh, finish the book. About good afternoon. Yeah, you too. You can be a good self. I don't know where you come tell people say, but when you did breed, man tell us say no one the yard. Man no must tell us say you no want the yard when you breed if you have more than one man. Common sense tell you that. I don't know young.
Oof. Was it this week or was it last week? We had a conversation about how we raise our children. And children never forget what it is that they go through. Children never forget how parents made them feel. There are many of us walking around putting the best forward, but hurting on the inside. Many, many people. The difference with some is that they're able to control their emotions. They are able to suppress the emotions. They're able to display emotional intelligence. Um, but they're hurting nonetheless. Some never had the opportunity to learn how to deal with the past. And a lot of times when we see people angry out there, it's because they have not healed. Some are in the process of healing, various stages. Some don't even know what it is to heal because nobody ever spoke to them. Nobody ever sat down with them and allowed them to speak, to share. Nobody ever comforted them, reassured them. Nobody. I heard the pain in her voice and I could see it in her face as she was talking. We ridicule her a lot. She's ridiculed heavily on social media. Your friend Rosolo had her on his program on stage, and I said that was a big piece of foolishness. And low key, I watched his body language and I watched his facial expressions. He was laughing at her. He didn't mean her well.
Moments I missed it. I'm so sorry. I had a call, my manager, and
No, man, it's okay.
I missed it.
Oh, you
So
didn't
who are
hear
we
it.
to?
We're talking about
No.
Rosalie, the TikToker out of Jamaica, Rosalie. So she's talking about her childhood trauma. She was relating to her mother that she never see her much. Few months out of the year, mother come and go, come and go. Mother have problem with man and she come and she go, blah blah blah. And yet, despite all of that, she has accepted who her mother is and will still help her mother, regardless. Regardless. And I was saying there are many of us walking around with childhood traumas. And parents, we have to be so careful how we handle our children. They don't forget. They don't forget. And don't think that because they don't speak about it, it means it's okay. I think within our communities, within our culture, we're taught to be respectful, right? To respect our elders. So a lot of folks in our community, they suppress their feelings and they push it, they try to push it back, push it back, push it back, push it back. And they put a smile on their faces and carry on. But there are some who don't handle it well. Let us make sure we are breaking the cycle with our children, not passing it on. There are a lot of parents who feel that because they brought you into the world, you owe them. You don't owe them. You don't. There are a lot of parents who feel, I brought you into this world, you are obligated to me. No matter how me treat you, how me deal with you, how me handle you, how me dispose of you, discard you, manipulate you, you're to forget. That is what is taught in communities, and we have to break that cycle. What her mother needs to do is ask her for forgiveness, apologize to her instead of being wrong and strong. Parents have to know how to apologize to their children for how they have made them feel and make a concerted effort to do better. It's not going to happen overnight, especially if you've been displaying this behavior for decades. It's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to be ridiculous and ask you to change as we snap our fingers. It's no magic trick around here. But what we would like to see you do is make a concerted effort, make strides toward being better. And it starts with acceptance, accepting, holding yourselves accountable, take accountability for your actions, asking for forgiveness. And if the child decides that them no want to forgive you, you cannot force them. You have to give them space and time. They will come around if they so choose. If they so choose. It's easy for us to be in whatever position and enjoy ourselves for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, half hour, 2 hour, whatever. And then there is a fruit is born, right? That child didn't ask to come here. Didn't. It is your responsibility to take control, to be effective, to raise that child. They're your responsibility, right? The village is needed. Indeed, the village is needed. But you don't shun your responsibility on the village and walk away because you want to go sleep with the next man or you want to go do this, that, and the other. And then when the child grows up and becomes successful, that's when you want to come back around. You see the child now have 2 shilling for rub together. You want one of the shilling too. Where were you? Where were you? I feel her pain. I absolutely feel her pain. And clearly, she has accepted who her mother is. And I would implore Rosalie to go to counseling so she can heal. She needs to heal for her and her children. She keep her putting them on her foot. Yes, Barbara and Shar they are foot. Them they are foot. She keep her children. And though some of us may listen to how she interacts with them and be like, whoa, that's like a harsh. No, Rosalie, I get it. Now I understand. Now I understand. And my desire is for her to heal. Yes, she has accepted who her mother is. And yes, she will not deny her mother anything that the mother asks. But for her own well being, emotional well being, I need her to go and speak to someone. Not social media, not TikTok, but go and speak to a professional. It's not a one-time session, a two-time session. It's gonna be weeks of unpacking and reprogramming. On a lighter note, there is a video. Where the other one? The Lord of Mercy. From the soap factory. You had sent it to me, Mr. President. You sent it to me too. Hold on, let me see. Mr. President, where are they? Where are you? You sent me the it's with the father, Mr. President. Hold on. See your ear. Okay, here it is. Let's take a listen to this one.
Well, first they better know a change what them need to make. All right? They better educate themselves. And then better learn how to pray. All right? Because prayer are the same thing as for just like program your subconscious to them that we don't want to believe in like the spiritual part. If you don't program that subconscious to do what you want it to do, you're not going to change. You might know that Jesus may change, but every time you smell the haga cook, you still going to want to eat some, you know. So you better learn how to pray. You better educate yourself. You better learn how to straighten your will. If you can't do them something there, you're not going to make a life change. And then you better know the change where you need to make. You need to know the direction where you need to go in. All right?
If you don't have a goal, you're aimless.
Yes, you come like a ship with us, a sail around in a circle. You know, instead of you go from point A where you are and you don't want to there to point B, you better know where you want to get to. And you might not know how to get there, but you need to know where you want to get to. And once you know where you want to get to, you can start to look for the local clues of how you are going to get there. But if you don't know your goal, your end where you need to get to, how you are going to get there? Even when you get there, you're not going to know say, how to say you need to, because you don't know. So you better educate yourself first. All right? If you don't like how your body feel, you better educate yourself to figure out what go on and how to change that in your life. Otherwise, yeah, the first thing and the only real thing that we need to know more than anything else is you better know where you need to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Because no far away, the destination what we set for ourselves are actually the grave. And that's what we want. When we see that, that's what we set for ourselves.
What make you say that?
Then look much people go to the hospital and see much man lay down on bed and woman lay down on bed. Doctor just saw off him leg or wait to cut off price and foot because diabetes are rotting him body. Eh?
But him name set that goal.
But him name set one goal of health. Him name all him just a feed off his mouth. It's a goal, yes. I must say.
So passive.
Being passive is taking the road down to your grave. All right? You better know and you better consciously work toward to get to a goal where I'm gonna make you happy at the end.
Yes, you can't just passively.
And if you eat and full your belly every day with chicken and pork and beef and all kind of shit when you go in your mouth. Sweet you right now, but you look a bit down the line when they say them have to go soft your foot. I know a nice something. For the rest of your life, you have to go depend on other people to do everything for you.
Yeah.
And the feeling alone, where I go come, you now can really overcome that feeling. All right? So I want to know from now, the stuff you put in your mouth, coming like a dagger to your throat, if you don't mind sharp.
There's another one where he is. Okay, here it is.
Create my life where I live right now in my head one day, you know. Or a roof me up on every month I work, you know. And I think about Jamaica and I say, blood clean, look what I have done this one. And look what I do up America, I work like dog, and I live in a some little dirty place. And I just imagine what I did want. And as a God, 1 year no pass, and a Jamaica me reach. About 3 years later, I look back on my life one day and I just remember I sit down on the roof and I look what I do, bees I keep. I use my cabin them and make my money, I now I work for nobody. And at that I just sit down on a roof and imagine for myself, you know. So what I learn is just figure out what you want in a life for yourself, brethren, and just design that in your mind and visit that the designer all the while. And you go find out say over time and this way you go. And nobody make no company come distract you and take you away. And that's the only thing with me I can tell you enough. Say, enough time here you ball, but you ball in no man. Every man born naked in this blood clot. And if a man even born in a wealth, if him slip inside and broke him backside. And you have some next man where no matter what go on, them seem like say them always make it and I got you. Yeah, and I just say attitude. So every time you say something, you're convinced your body and your mind say, I saw it go, and I saw it go. And then that's how it go. Just make something nice for yourself. Nobody can take away your imagination from you. Just design a nice life for yourself. Yeah. When you oppress nobody and build you up and make you, yeah. And just work your mind towards that. And you're not school figure or nothing. I just that, as simple as that. Man, is that imagination. It's nothing else. No, but if you give some big name, it's so like say some intellectual people can achieve. Yeah, man, it's just like imagination in a boss. Nobody give no big description where I gonna make it seem like say and everybody can achieve it. Just imagine the life where you want and visit it, and then you're gonna start to different ways you can achieve it. And you take your time and walk on the path. And anything we done too quick now go good because I detail them enough and then take time. And you now always can see the past. Yeah, but you always are gonna know if you're on that path or if I wrong path you're on. Create my
Create the life you want, folks. What do you want? There are many of us who don't, we really don't know. Believe it or not, there are many people who don't know what they really want in this thing called life. There are many people who don't know their purpose in life. We all have a purpose. We were all created for a reason. We all have a purpose. But I get it. We have got so caught up in the run of the mill, the old slave mill, grinding slow, grinding still. The words of Damian Jr. Gang Marley. But if we pause for a minute, just pause for a minute. When you're in the shower, on your way to work, on your way home from work, your break time, your lunch time, and a little downtime, think, are you living in your purpose? Are you where you want to be in this thing called life? What's your plan? Do you have a business plan for your life? Do you have one? You know, when we hear the term business plan, we think entrepreneurship. But handle your business like a life. Handle your life like a business. What's your 1-year plan? 2-year plan, 5-year plan, 10-year plan? Where do you see yourself? What are the goals that you have set forth? Do you have them written down? Don't tell me you have them up your so. Do you have your goals written down? Do you know what you need to do to attain those goals? And with every day, what are you doing that is taking you closer to those goals? To go back to school, probably to earn a degree, get some certification, training, know-how, skills. Could it be to start a business? Could it be to do volunteering? Is it to be more spiritual? Whatever you'd like to achieve, have you written those goals down? And if you have written them down, do you have the steps written below them? You've done your research and you recognize, okay, I need to go through step A before I can get to step B. And if I get knocked down in step A, do I know that I need to brush myself off, get up, not be defeated, and get back up? Do we know that? Are you aligning yourselves with positive people? People who will encourage you, motivate you, hold you accountable. if you can't hold yourself accountable. Look at your circles. It's all well and good to have a circle that you can laugh with, but you also need a circle that will hold you accountable and challenge you and be your biggest advocates. They will be in the stands cheering you on. Do you easily succumb to setbacks? Do you stay there? Do you stay on the back burner? Stop treating yourself like a bag juice. You're champagne. How do you value yourself? What do you want for yourself? Huh? Some of us will get up every morning, bathe, wash our face, brush our teeth, comb our hair, put on our makeup, go in our closets, figure out what to wear, put our clothes on, jump in our vehicles, go to our jobs, miserable as heck, jump in our vehicles. Every day, I'm tired of this, I'm tired of this, I'm tired of this. You're tired of it, but that's what you keep saying. So if you're tired of it, what do you plan to do about it? What do you plan to do about it? Because I'm tired of hearing you complain about it. I've been hearing you complain about it for 15 years now. What do you plan to do about it? We have to initiate the change that we want to see. Nobody going to do it for us. We all sit and talk about, oh, I'd love $1 million. What you going to do with $1 million? Do you know what you're going to do with $1 million? Oh boy, I'm gonna like to win $10 million right. 10 of God, give me $10 million. No, me set. Set how? What you gonna do with the $10 million? Do you know? Do you know what you're gonna do with the $10 million? Think about that. We have got caught up in this cycle of want, 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 and we don't even know why we want certain things. And that is doing a disservice to ourselves. We have to have a business plan for our lives, folks. It's imperative. It is imperative. Some of us were just going around in circles. Some of us are on a hamster's wheel. You ever watch a dog trying to catch its tail? All when the tail cut off? That's how some of us are operating. There are people in my life, I hold them accountable. And there are people in my life that hold me accountable. And we're not asking you to share your plans with us. Not asking you to do that. Because sometimes when you talk about your plan, that's the worst thing you can do. They get sidetracked or derailed. But just tell me you have a plan. Just say, yes, I have a plan. And I have written the steps down and I'm working towards that plan. And I'm giving myself this amount of time to achieve said plan. But you have to have a plan, people. Do you have a resume for? Thank you for the follow, Swims. Do you have a resume for yourself? Not one that you're going to give to a potential employer. Do you have a resume for yourself that every now and then you look at and you check it off? You have that? What does your resume look like? What needs to be removed? What do you need to brush up on? What do you need to add? And I'm not saying this to put anyone, make anybody feel sad or downtrodden or anything. No, the purpose of this conversation is so that we can have a hard look at ourselves, see where we are, what we need to do so that we can move forward. Some of us need to let go of the people we're holding on to. They're doing us no good. But because we know them from Wapikill, because we grew up together, because we know them for a long time, because they did one thing for us, knowing full well that we have no business being around them, but we hold on just the same. We're loyal to the wrong things. Time and place, folks. Time and place. Everything in its rightful place. And understand that people in your life are for a season and a reason and a season. And when the season is over, just as fall comes and the leaves fall off the tree, and then it's time for dormancy. That's how it go with people too. And then spring comes up again, comes around again. New life. If they're there, oh, great. If they're not, embrace the newness that comes with your life. Move forward. Somehow we need to take one fire hydrant hose and just wash out our lives. Wash out a lot of the clutter that's in our minds. I forget it together, people. 2020, when we had the pandemic, 2020, clearer vision. That was when a lot of people had an epiphany moment. Believe it or not, a lot of opportunities were created in the pandemic. And that is why I will say to you, concern yourselves not with what is going on now. Tribulations come, tribulations go. I just saw. Focus on how you are going to get through this storm. Storms of life are coming up. Some self-inflicted, some others inflict upon us. But we will get through. Just focus on you, folks. Focus. Whatever you need to do to change the trajectory of your life, now is the time to have those honest conversations with yourselves. Write the things down. Or you know what you can do too? Turn on the voice note in your phone and talk it into the phone and play it back to yourself. Your voice is powerful. Speak life. Lord Jesus, I'm not preaching time. I'm not close the doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors. Speak. Are you speaking life to yourself? What are the things you're telling yourselves? Jah has always said to me, moments, careful the things you say. Change up the vocabulary. Stop using certain words because words have meaning and words are powerful. What are the things you're saying to yourself? Are you encouraging yourself? Are you? Are you feeding yourselves with positivity? Are you? What are you feeding your minds with? Each day that we are allowed to open our eyes, put our feet on the ground, stretch, wake up, get up out of our beds, and move around is another day, not promised to us, but given to us graciously. We ought to be appreciative, do right by ourselves. Please, folks. Please. You owe it to yourself. You owe it to yourself to be better today than you were yesterday, to be better tomorrow than you were today. Do not compare your progress either with someone else's. Don't do that because that way you're stealing your own. Life is not a sprint. It's not a 100-meter dash or a 200-meter dash. It's a marathon. Pace yourself. Pace yourself. You deserve the best that life has to offer. I'm here to tell you that. Whether you believe it or not, you do. No matter your circumstances, no matter your station. A lot of us cannot move because of how we see ourselves. It's time for us to envision ourselves in a positive way. Envision good for ourselves. Know that you are worth it and you're worthy of it. When those thoughts come and creep into your head, trying to tell you otherwise, shun them. Run them. Do away with them. Snap out of it. Please. Please. You owe that to yourself, folks. Me can't want more for you than you want for yourself. I can't. You will like it. I will love it. I will be your cheerleader. I will be the one to encourage you, but you have to want it and you have to be working towards it, folks. And I'm not asking you to look at social media and want what you see on social media, because enough of it is not real. You have to know how to sift through. Take the time to work on self. Improve self. Set goals for self. All right? That's my soapbox moment. Rosolo. Ja.
Yes, moment.
Anything you want to add?
No, everybody just have a blessed day and love up on yourself and love up on your family. Because this wave we riding right now, I got to learn how to surf.
You go on your surfboard with Beyonce.
Well, I wouldn't mind that type of surfing either. But
Oh boy. Yes. Be positive, folks. Be positive. James. My good friend James there. I can't believe James still there with me. Yes, folks. It's been a pleasure. YouTube, I'm going to shut you down first because I'm going to be playing some music to take us to the top of the hour. Unfortunately, I can't play the music on YouTube, but I want to say thank you, AT. Thank you, Mad Libran. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube. I appreciate each and every one of you. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Maybe I'm going to do. Hit that reset button. Love on yourselves. Make this weekend about you. Do that. About you. All right? Take care. We'll be back Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. I'm going to pat myself on the shoulder. I didn't do too bad with you this week, YouTube. I improved. All right, so see you Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.